They don't want me to tell the truth. And it is what it is, do it, be what it be. I just want y'all to know the truth for yourself. Hold it out there, young fella. I guess some people stayed in the session. I guess they like to hear the truth. We'll see. A lot of y'all need to know why y'all love this game so much. That's the addiction of it being a drug.
Good to see you, boss. Oh, hi. How can I help you? How do you choose between your children? No problem. I'll have your personal vehicle brought around.
I see you news. Weasel news. You weasel, you news in the weasel truck. So it ain't a good thing to kill news man people. I'm just here filming the news. And about no killing. But people names what it is. Cause I look, I can't put all y'all in frenzy. But I can't kill nobody. And I had hope for them. I thought that I ran away like my bad. I see you news. Weasel news. You weasel news. News. Ain't like too much going on in the city today. Got somebody that ain't shot. Got somebody behind love trying to shoot you up love. Come on, bro. Bro, come on, yo. Yo, come on, yo. Come on, bro. So you want me to show you something? Alright. You don't even much understand, overstand, understand to really get who I am on the game. Now, you gonna disappear off the radar now. It is what it is. See, y'all gotta stop killing and then disappearing after y'all do y'all killing. It is what it is. Mm, mm, mm. But it looked good on my show, all that shooting you was doing. Still, the question is why, man? What is the reasons why? Don't make no sense. And I saw you at the daggone paint shop, man. I ain't coming to the paint shop and shoot at you, man. I'm all my truck all raggedy and shit, man. Hold up, huh? Shoot my fire. What are your people?
Every time.
That's the people that I talk about. That person that just shot me up.
There's the boss.
putting a device on the back of a motorcycle and ain't doing no mission, that's gay. It gotta be two little boys.
Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. The aircraft is waiting for you at our nearest airfield. We trust you'll be happy, sir.
tell JT with some bad news. The document shop's completely out of supplies. Production's ground to a halt. You want them up and running again, get them what they need.
MMI, we expect the unexpected. I think we can do that.
I'm gonna go through my show, my document for you to shoot. Here, you move. Move around that corner. Oh, he thought he got fucking me. We can live peacefully in this thing. I ain't no killer. Got you. My cool name is. I'm all that in some.
LJT here. You heard the expression, money doesn't grow on trees? Well, it doesn't grow in your money factory either. They're out of supplies, so head up. Hey there, it's your partner, LJT. Now, I feel like we've kind of hit a ceiling with the business.
Good to see you, boss.
White folks setting themselves on fire and shit in front of Trump Tower. Boy, did you good, man. Come on, man. It ain't that bad. I ain't never seen no shit. And you know what? Tony Sotomayor said something powerful. He said, man, you know, Barack Obama could stop all this shit. He could just come on TV and say, man, y'all need, come on, yeah, y'all please. Stop this bullshit, man. Please. Could be, yeah, please, man. Okay, come on, man. We lost.
Yep.
It's over, man.
So what?
Quit this shit. But he egging that shit on. He want that shit. He want the shit to go on. He likes what's going on. That's just like the bitch he is. That's a bitch he is. That's whole shit. That's straight up whole shit. That you want people to keep doing fuckery. I mean, every president, Bush, anybody, you know, back when Obama was running against the funny looking white boy. Both of them funny.
Romney.
No, not Romney. No, the first one.
McCain.
McCain. Okay, good. McCain, we beat McCain. McCain came on and said, okay, wait. As far as I'm concerned, we got to stop this. He's a citizen. As far as I'm concerned, he we got to quit this. Enough's enough. Let's just let this go. Let it go how it's supposed to go. Please. That's what he told the motherfucking people. Stop this bullshit. Motherfucking Obama ain't said a mumbling fucking word. He could get on one time and say, look, Pete, look. I done my 8 years. It's done. The election's done. Let's move on. Let's have some peace. Let's heal this motherfucking nation, man. Let's quit this motherfucking violence. The Democrats is showing their ass, man. They showing their ass, and they showing their ass to be more violent, man. You know, Republicans. Let me tell you, we went through 8 years of Obama. How many white folks attacked black people back during 8 years? How many, did you see a group of whiteys just go out and just raise hell on black folks during that time? You didn't. You had Dylan Roof. He went to church. I think that's FBI shit. And then, of course, we had all the other bullshit that happened, which I think was started and planted. So I mean, just so you know, let's just put it where it is. I mean, white folks did not change black people from 08 to 16.
I say like I said, black folks been killing each other in Chicago. All that nigga.
I mean, that was going on before Obama. It got worse during Obama, but the shit been going on. Chicago, you know you from NO. You know the niggas been killing each other NO for a minute, man. Come on, dog. That ain't no new shit. Come on, man. Black people been killing. We want to address our real problem. But we'll something, and now we fucking with Trump. Trump ain't passed one bill. What bill Trump passed in 8 years? Give me one bill Trump passed.
We'll talk about somebody else there. We won't talk about our own.
Trump ain't done shit to black folk.
Obama love dirt. Eat dirt.
Oh, God. Hey, let me tell you something. They gonna see. They gonna see. They gonna see that shit. Ain't no nigga burn himself up, but white folks burn themselves up. This second white boy that's set himself on fire, protesting Trump shit. Somebody go, hey man, you burn yourself, I'm gonna pay you, Oh hell no, man, fuck that. I'm sorry, man. I ain't burn myself for no bullshit.
Only a person burn himself up is they paying him well, and he about to die already. me go out for bro.
LJT here. You heard the expression money does...
Huh? Yeah, Packer, what's up, man? Shit, man. Fuck. White folk take shit to the extreme. That's extreme. Fuck motherfucking Trump. Okay? And I don't know what white people be upset about. God damn. This motherfucker is they shit. America, this they shit.
Why you think I just...
Europe is they shit.
Why you think I just said...
What the fuck wrong with you? I'm like, that motherfucker need to be analyzed. White folks going stupid. What the fuck wrong with them?
I feel like you've kind of hit a ceiling with the business. If you want to break that profit ceiling, invest and upgrade the equipment. I'll leave that with you.
Feeling real fucked up about shit that happened to black folk because you didn't have anything to do with that shit per se. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. You had some fuck. Maybe some. And some folk look. Let me say something. Only 20% of white folks, maybe less than that, own slaves. Most white folks, they own slaves. Some white people have slaves. It's just that Jim Crow, that was probably more fucked up than the slavery, simply because after slavery, Jim Crow existed, and a lot of white people followed the Jim Crow laws and shit, but all white people didn't have slaves. Most of the motherfuckers had, if you had slaves, you had wealth. Wealthy motherfuckers had slaves. There was blacks that had slaves. In service, I mean, so, and then slavery was worldwide. And so, because there was whites that was against slavery, and they helped motherfucking slaves escape. The Quakers, that group of people the Amish that you see still doing Amish shit today, buckboard wagons, they ain't fucking with those motherfuckers helping slaves. I mean, you had a group of white folks Man, we don't want, we ain't fucking slave, we don't believe in it, and we here, we get our land, da 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 da, and that's what it was. Well, wealthy white folks are slaves. All the motherfucking early on presidents had slaves. It was wealthy. George Washington had 200 of them. The motherfucking first president. That shit all covered up. You know, George Washington had 200 slaves. Jefferson over 100 slaves.
We both know he was a rapist. We both know he was raping women.
Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't call that shit raping, and the girl just say he owned them, he could fuck them. He owned them. Slave wasn't no, you weren't fit for a citizen, dog. Motherfucking animals had some more rights than some motherfucking slaves did, man. I'm just saying, man, so we something like all white folks is no. So white folks, that's a wealth thing. You got land, you got shit you want crop raised, you want crops, cultivated. You want them motherfuckers to work. Poor white folk, man, had to do it by themselves.
That's why they niggas smart as fuck. Put them in jail once they became free.
Slavery is some fucked up shit, but everybody didn't have them. It's, all white folks didn't have them. That's the reality of the bullshit. That's why we said we can't blame all white folks. All white folks got slaves. Shit. Some white folks shit. My parents came over here, immigrants, poor than a motherfucker. Couldn't afford a slave, much less afford to take care of themselves. And the white folks moved way the fuck up north. They sure didn't have them. The slave, they didn't play that slave shit. Okay, New York, the elitists, because that was a major slave port. The elitists had them. Elite folk had them, motherfucker. But there were places you could escape to up north and you have to fuck with that shit. Right. Ohio was a non-slave state, but if Kentucky is like here and Ohio's here, so like Cincinnati and Kentucky, Cincinnati more like Kentucky than it is Ohio because Kentucky's so close to that motherfucker.
Right.
That's talking about redneck city, Cincinnati, Ohio. Something else, man. Something else, man. When you roll on other folks' shit and you don't really do your own research to really dig deep and find out that hey, man, all white folk ain't have no motherfucking slaves. Now, y'all understand that shit, right? Because everybody slavery, you have to have money. Right. And them motherfuckers had property. You see them slave movies, big mansions. You saw Django. Big old mansion, big old plantation. They got crops they gotta get done. They got horses. They got livestock. They want niggas to work. They want work. Free labor.
Hey, come on now. When you remember what the girl name was, Stevens, that lived at Bush. They used to look good at one time. She talked about the racist white supremacy system. The one that was explaining how they work them up to the muscle detached from the bone.
You talking about a girl, Ali? The Ali girl?
No.
Your girl that you like?
The older one.
Oh, you talking about Francis Wilson, the guy? The guy.
Bro. She said work the nigga till the motherfucking bone detached from his muscle detached from his bone.
Yeah, slavery's a motherfucker. The ones that was doing it was fucked up.
Oh man. When you sit there and think about that, your fucking muscle detaching from your bone, bro. That's working you to death for real, bro.
And the movie got all that. He said, Trump can stop this and da 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 da. Trump ain't president yet. The motherfucker can stop this. It's the motherfucker still the president. Obama can stop this shit. Not Trump ain't president yet. They gonna try to make his inauguration fucked up. Pissed.
I already saw his shit. His shit gonna be wild. His shit gonna be wild.
Niggas I ain't going. Yeah, like little,
like squirrel bitches.
You know when you lose something.
Yeah, when you lose something.
Yeah, I don't want to do it now. Cause I know.
I got one better than that, dude. I got one better than that. You ain't picking me on? I'm taking my ball home.
Yeah, that's what niggas do. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Spoil losers, man.
And I remember.
Fuck y'all, man.
And I ain't gonna lie, I don't remember the dude's name, but I know you gonna know who I'm talking about, bro. So if you wanna live there and tweet me, do what you do. I remember one of that dudes lived there and did that there, and I bust that nigga ball and gave him $100 bill, and so I'm go home. Yup. I fucked this ball up, and like I said again, when he remember this here, he gonna probably try to get in contact with me, bro, because he was about 13, and I was 22.
Hello?
22. And I said, Sailor Daddy, you too small, man. Y'all like, well, fuck y'all then. And took the ball. I said, all right, you can play. And he threw the ball. I went, nah, go home. Here you go.
Wow.
And my boy went, come on, John, bro. I said, I'll give him $100. He better get another fucking ball. I just wanted him to see exactly how fucked up what he did was. My bad, Dave. It was $10. My bad. I'm thinking about them zero. Yeah, he ain't get no basketball. But get what? He was all right with the $10. Shit. And his ball wasn't no leather ball he had, Dave. Shit. What a leather ball gonna be doing? You already know what they did us when we had a leather ball. They took my leather ball every time. Every time I had stole me a leather ball, the motherfucker took my. Huh? Yeah. Right. That was a real ball. Yeah. And ain't that something how they took that monopoly, did? They took that monopoly and made sure that they was the only one making them motherfuckers, did. But it's all for the same people, dude. The same person that owned Wilson. I'm finding out all this shit, bro. It's like the same motherfuckers own fucking basic everything. It's just dispersed throughout their family and friends, bro. Ain't that some fucked up shit, bro? That's why shit's so really fucked up, though, Dave. On the real. Because you can see that it's a certain amount of motherfuckers that they're spreading the wealth with. Because, man, if they was to live there and give out real motherfucking grants to people like you, to people like me, innovators, somebody that got a mindset to do some shit, man, this bitch would be way better than what it is. But them bitches got it like they want this motherfucker big, better boy. Boy, you heard what they said too? They saying that they trying to find out if Trump had something to do with them calling Hillary crooked ass Hillary. They trying to. How can you impeach a president before he become president? Has that ever been done?
This shit gonna go forward, bro. And ain't nothing they can do about it. All this other shit is just cowboys. There ain't nothing they can do about these motherfuckers. It's gonna happen, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. Get ready.
Get up, nigga. Your eyes about to open now. If you ain't do something a while back there, you gonna do something now. Motherfuckers gonna have to move their ass to be productive now. Or they gonna put them niggas in chain gangs.
I was telling my girl some stuff last night on the phone. Like making sense, and she couldn't even comment on it because it was all fucking right. You know when you just break that shit right. I said, we acting like white people act. I said, think about it. I said, when Barack became president, the white people get outraged and start tearing shit up, fucking shit up. Acting like black folks are acting right now because of Trump. Absolutely not. We think it was way more dignified. Yeah, you always gonna have your haters. You're gonna have people do some disrespectful shit.
Yeah.
You don't call them out when he's speaking. You're lying, shit like that.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
I heard one say fuck you, nigger. I heard that one.
Hey, but that was a microcosm. It wasn't like
Cause Dave, you right.
It wasn't like everybody.
No, you're right, Dave. Because when you heard him how to fuck you, nigger, you saw the video of him somebody, interviewing him with that there, and then you saw another video of him being beat the fuck up. So like I said again, fuck you nigga got him fucked up.
I mean, nobody threw no shoe at him.
Right, nobody threw no shoe at him.
Nobody was at this, that motherfucker threw his shoes at him. I mean, ain't nobody throwing no shoe at Obama. They throw a shoe at him. I didn't see nobody throwing no shoe at him.
Nobody throwing no shoe at him.
Shoes thrown at him. I saw all kinds of shit. Obama didn't leave none of the shit. And they like, he's faced the most shit. Not really. Not really.
There, you can actually say that the only thing he did bad was same-sex marriage, bro. And that Obama kept bullshit.
Well, he didn't do anything, really. What did he do?
Wait, put the agenda in office.
I mean, what he did wasn't so great. I'm just saying, he did no more, no worse than anybody else that came. I'm just saying, what made him so great to me? That's why I'm like, what did he do that was so great? What do you tell me? He'll go down as the greatest president based on what?
Who said that, dude?
What's the criteria? I'm like, what are you basing on? I mean, give me something that he did that fucking probably won't get fucking repealed. Give me something that he did that was just so motherfucking awesome that, oh, wow.
Who gave
what a president. I'm like,
who gave him
shit.
Who gave him statistics?
I don't see what he does. I'm like, hey man, don't come to me about no bargain, cause I got lots of notes on it. I break it all down. If somebody want to talk to me, see, that's one thing I learned. I said, now y'all argue with me. I'm gonna give you facts. Y'all can give me emotion. I'm gonna give you facts. You give me emotional shit. Cause that's all niggas have is emotion. You see all these parties that he's doing on his way out. I said, he wanted to be G with. Why did he do that shit when he got in? You got those political parties and all that shit, and all those tax parties and all these criminal parties, and he did all that shit at the end. Then that's so strategic. That motherfucker wasn't gonna do nothing in the beginning that would affect him in 12. You understand?
Yep.
What are you coming all G'd up in 08? Let niggas go, pardon the niggas, using sentences in the first year. You think he got elected in 12? Hell to the fucking no. It was stupid. You knew his plan was, hey, when I get ready to go out, I'm gonna let some motherfuckers go free. I'm gonna do some things, to help his legacy, his so-called legacy. Hey, nigga, where was the legacy, motherfucker? Because I hope you let out some old ass niggas. You let out some young criminal niggas.
Oh.
And them niggas come out and piss them up.
But Dave, can I help you out here, Dave? Let me help you out here, bro. That's all he let out, Dave, because if you notice, when they start doing fucked up shit, they doing to the innocent people getting fucked up mostly, bro. Cause them bad motherfuckers they ain't fucking with.
I'm telling you that, man.
You dig? So
I know real criminal mind motherfuckers out. Real motherfuckers been up for some time and they old now and they can't do shit.
Now, this is what I heard about that. He'll get ready to let one of the masterminds out. This nigga, what his name is?
Mastermind of what?
Remember the boy that BFF, remember that movie we saw where the nigga was really living like they were rock stars, but they were really undercover big time drug dealers, and they were spreading the money around and shit. Nobody in their crew was broke. That's why nobody fought amongst each other. And how they went down was this cross-eyed motherfucker that eat too much got caught. And you already know what happened with these big motherfuckers.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is suffer them with taking away food, and you got them. He ratted on the whole thing, brought the whole. I mean, these niggas had it going on from Chicago all the way to New Orleans, all the way to New Orleans, bro. And wherever I knew them niggas. Well, I didn't know them, but I knew every time them niggas saw me in that wheelchair, them niggas gave me a bottle or something. And they called me old school. That's what they used to call me, old school. You dig? And that was right before Katrina.
Yeah.
Now, I'm be honest with you, dig. Stop and frisk I see it as a violation, but I don't see it as a violation. Why? Some motherfuckers look like they need to be frisked. I'm sorry.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm sorry.
I've been living 6 years. I ain't never stopped this.
Thank you.
I'm
See?
just saying, I mean,
See, cause you like I said again.
you're in questionable areas, and you walking with your
Talk to me, dog. Talk to me, dog. Talk to me. Talk to me. Yes, 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 yes,
I'm just saying,
yes.
I ain't trying to prejudice you.
I know you ain't. I know you ain't. But you talk. You talking in order.
If you look like you fucked up, possibility
you fucked up. You fucked up.
I'm just saying, man.
And I.
Niggas don't want to get fucked with, but you know what? They said this. They said this is the true statement. They said when Giuliani did that shit in New York, the motherfucking crime dropped.
And David, I'm getting ready to give to you exactly how I got it from the Creator.
Well, I'm just saying, man.
You hear me? I'm getting ready to give to you exactly how I got it from the Creator. Those dudes' jobs are to have those type of instincts on those type of people. You heard me, Dave? So therefore, just for them stopping them, the reason is the aura of them, they need to be stopped. And that's the only truth. That's the only truth, bro. Because bad vibration are bad people, on the real.
You know, I heard a lot of people like live out in LA, you know, a lot of stars, there are movie stars that have been have experienced that because, you know, what they in, the whip they in, nice looking car, stop this big man, he can't be up to anything good. You gotta be a drug dealer because he's in a nice car. That's fucked up.
Yeah, hey.
You know, and I mean,
Hey,
where you
hey,
there's always gonna be the fucked up side to it. Like, no.
Right, because I'm saying example, but they don't not because on that level there, that's something totally different. I'm talking about niggas walking.
And that shit happen.
And I'm talking about niggas. We both be talking about niggas.
Criminal mind, motherfucker.
We both talking about niggas that's walking really.
You got the criminal mind, and you look real motherfucking, you know, you like you up to something. Chances are you probably up to something.
Like we just said, like I just told you, Dave, by me being a criminal-minded person myself at one time, I'm trying to say what the Creator telling me that these policemen's job is to get that detection of your vibration of you doing fuckery. Because you ain't gonna never be fucked with because your vibrations are leave me the fuck alone. I ain't doing nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Too, man.
Their vibration is don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me. I got a gun, I got a gun, I got a gun.
I don't live in areas where you're going to be up from suspect areas. Usually crime-ridden areas is where you're going to see most of the stop. I mean, yo, let's be real. It's a criminal area where you know a lot of crime. That's what shit going on there. And I'm like, most decent-minded people, they ain't trying to be out no bullshit. They, you know, they know it's dangerous to be in certain areas. If you grew up in a certain area, everybody in the hood ain't bad. You know, so, but they know the rules of engagement in that motherfucker. Hey, you don't need to be over in that motherfucker. You going outside, boy, you stay right in front of this motherfucking apartment. I don't want you going across the motherfucking street. You understand? And I don't want you fuck around them fucked up niggas. You understand me, son? So now, that's the rule. You stay your ass out there. I'll be looking out for you. And that's where it goes. Because you know, if you're in a fucking hood, you're in a place, well, you know, you're in a place where, you know, 3 or 4 times a month, there's gonna be some shooting, and you and everybody shooting at it. I mean, come on, man.
Sooner or later, you're gonna get popped.
You know, hey, keep your kids away from that shit, man. Hey, it's sad they do that. We grew up in a time. See, we grew up in a safe place, man. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I ain't grew up in no dangerous spots. You know, I know where you grew up at with some real shit.
LJT, got a minute? I feel like our little enterprise is doing well, but it could be doing even...
You know, I already spoke of that shit. This can't be in my neighborhood. Somebody can recognize you. I'm pretty sure your neighborhood, they need to recognize you if you walk around.
Yeah, that purpose.
What's up? You know where you at, nigga?
Because that set wasn't like gang shit. That set was really like niggas came on the set trying to post up and sell crack and shit like that. Nah,
You just ain't down and not worth just enough. You better have some reason with you.
Yeah.
That's not what you're here for, dog. I mean, I ain't never seen you. Who you be? Who your people, nigga? You know, I'm like, hey, it's like you said you walk in LA and you had that shirt on, niggas said, man, you know, you got it, you took your shirt off.
Yeah,
Man. This is how I feel about
they
this
didn't
shirt.
have that shit. I walk with no shirt on. Do they have a color called brown? Shit, not here.
Goddamn. You can't be wearing red or you can't wear red or blue in this motherfucker. Blood and Crip.
And look, then you think about it. The politics shit, blue and red. Man, that's some bullshit.
Yeah. Well, you know red, white, and blue.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, America. Shit.
Oh, but the Crip took it to a whole other color though. Red for the blood.
Yeah, no Crip got different.
Blue for the cold. You hear me? Red for the blood, blue for the cold. Ain't that cold? Cold-blooded motherfuckers. Period.
Sad black people. Oh shit. You on my block? You ain't on that block, man.
Shit. You know, like boy said, you don't even own your social security card. That piece of paper belongs to somebody else. Because when they ask for the seed, you gotta have it. Sometimes. But they ain't gonna be no smooth transition. Not at all.
Huh?
It ain't gonna be no smooth transition.
Oh hell no. People, you know, man, black people, I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed because y'all act like President Obama should get 4 more years. I'm like, oh God, come on, black people. Black people like, boy, it'd be a long time before we have another black president.
You know that.
I'm serious, man.
If ever again.
I might not see in my lifetime.
I know I ain't seen in mine.
And, you know, that one nigga's enough. White folks,
David,
they gonna make sure.
if we have I'm gonna be honest with you, if we have the system of a white president.
Now, they might be pushing to get that hoe in there. You know, I think they would love to get a hoe up in that.
Yeah, because I said, like you said, Dave, in your time and in mine, this shit gonna stop.
Well, motherfucker killed me.
Hear me? This shit gonna stop. In your time and mine, this shit gonna stop.
They sure want to get that bitch in there so Obama can keep his shit going.
Know how I know this shit gonna stop before your time or mine? We gonna be here for it. Not we ain't gonna see no more nigga president though. But this presidency shit gonna stop.
Put it like this, man. They never. I don't think I'll ever see a president who was raised by a black mama and a black daddy.
Like I just said, all that
really and truly, Obama half breed.
Like you say, he in between.
People that say as full black. Cause his skin color. That motherfucker half white, half black. And he's more white with me as black. He just do all the shit to make black people like him.
That's all the shucking and jiving.
Wear the sunglasses.
Shucking and jiving.
Bobbing and weaving.
Shucking and
Acting
jiving.
like he's all into different songs and shit.
The shucking and jiving.
You know.
That nigga probably listen to classic music in his house.
He has the motherfucking different functions. And they talking about Steve Harvey and motherfucking Jim Brown, Kanye, Floyd Mayweather, brother played football with Baltimore, Ray Lewis. You know what I'm saying? Obama takes a picture in the White House. He got a number of rappers in the picture with him. Ludacris, Ludacris was that's some motherfucker. You see it on that motherfucker. He's taking this picture, I'm saying. That motherfucker hobnob more with the motherfucking entertainment than any other motherfucking president ever.
Dave, this nigga tweeting back and forth with Jay-Z and a whole crew of motherfuckers.
And T.I. gonna get on there talking about the Willie Lynch syndrome and shit. And you know, did some study on that motherfucker because, you know, the truth is, the letter was written in 1712. Willie Lynch was not born until 1743. So that's like 33 years after the letter was written, Willie Lynch was born. So,
Vehicle should I tell
and
them?
then the language in the letter,
On the way
It's
to
up
the
to
if
date.
you look at speech patterns,
It's up to
it's
date.
20th century speech patterns.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, now, Professor Griff says, what we talking about, we don't want to talk about the authenticity of
It's
the
there for
letter.
taking. Get it and bring it back to the
We want to look
warehouse.
at what the letter has done, what it has spoken. Well, if let's just say, per se, because Willie Lynch did institute lynch laws and shit, but that was way after that. Willie Lynch level was supposed to have been proposed to be written. So we can get off of that shit, But see, somebody wanted to put words out there that will fuck with the mind of black people and get them to buy into the words that was in that motherfucker. Like, if you do this, it'll refuel itself. Well, refueling is a word you use for automobiles and cars.
Right.
In the 1700s, the only meaning of transportation was the horse.
Nah.
You don't refuel a horse. Horse eat
Nah.
hay.
Nah.
So they saying shit like refuel.
Cause refuel
and said, foolproof. Words like foolproof didn't come around because people back then, they did not divide up the races. When you read the Willie Lynch letter, he talks about from a gender standpoint, from a race standpoint, and that shit was not even statistically kept back then. There was no statistic for it. There was no category for that shit. But yet, he had that motherfucker categorized in that motherfucker like that shit was real. That's just bullshit. So, I'm like, you run with something, it sounded good, and all this shit, because all it did was describe the shit that went on in slavery and how the shit was. And somebody really started circulating that letter. Probably didn't get circulated until 1970, up until now. So that letter ain't no 300 years old, a 300-year prophecy, and if you keep doing it, it'll go over 2012 was supposed to be the 300 years old. But that letter wasn't written 300 years ago.
No.
Sorry, folks. It just wasn't written years ago. One thing about today, you can run a hoax and shit, and motherfuckers are buying it. But what happens when make that brother get fueled? Motherfuckers like Louis Farrakhan at the Million Man March, he read from the Willie Lynch letter. So he spewed out Willie Lynch rhetoric in 95. Read the letter. Like it's all true and shit. This is a motherfucker supposed to be a leader, well-read, educated motherfucker. But motherfuckers know how to push propaganda shit to get motherfuckers moving, and that's what that motherfucker did. The Willie Lynch letter. That motherfucker Willie Lynch, man. That bullshit didn't even motherfucking happen. But slavery did happen. So you can put any kind of shit to it that you want and spin it any way you want to, but it's not authentic. Get off of that shit. We debunk shit. That's what we do today. People debunk it. You put something out, okay, let's look at it. Motherfucker break the whole language of the letter down. And I start laughing because I got the letter. I have it. And I was looking out laughing because somebody said, yeah, I hear you, I see it. Now see, that's the thing. I don't go by what another motherfucker say, because I'll look at the shit and read for myself and say, okay, I see the bullshit in it. What was written it happened. People that happened to black folks. The shit that was written it did happen, but not in the time and in the frame that it said. So like it's fulfilling some kind of prophecy. It's bullshit. It ain't fulfilling shit. It's just some shit that was written in the 70s and motherfuckers ran with it, man. Sorry. Ain't no authenticity. That ain't no 300-year-old motherfucking letter. Get the fuck out of here. Somehow white folks will let certain shit get out so it'll fuck with the people. And it did.
Yep.
Motherfuckers be cool. Yeah, Willie Lynch spirit. I remember I got mad at that motherfucking Slim Spread when he said, oh man, that ain't shit. That's what he said. I got pissed off at that nigga. What's his name? What's that boy? What's his friend's name?
Jack Mills?
No. Slim Spread.
All right.
You got a stupid ass name.
Monster.
No, man, that ain't shit. Monster, I'm about to tell you, you're right, bro. It ain't shit. responsible, man. Let me tell you something. Some motherfuckers, you know, that dude was on for it. He was like, that ain't shit. But he couldn't explain why it was shit, you know?
He knew it
If
was
he'd have told me what he told me,
He knew it was hard, Dave.
if he'd have told me what I found out, I was like, okay, that's something to look at, you know?
He knew it was
He couldn't articulate that way. He doesn't feel like the letter was really authentic and shit.
Right.
Oh, that ain't shit. I said, yeah, man, you know. I said, Slim Stupid Ass Friend with the dumb name was pretty much correct. But just like Professor Griff said, it's not so much about it being authentic, it's about what it has done. That's more fucked up than anything, because the letter did do something. You know what I mean? Because it did come out.
It did.
And so it did create a mindset, a mind fuck.
It did create that. It did do that.
But you know, the truth always comes to the top on some bullshit. If that thing was totally authentic, it would have stood in authenticness, but it's not. And then, hey, I look at it like that. I said, but the shit that it talks about in the letter has happened, did happen. Niggas worked hard and feathered and made to be an example. And they did hit the field Negro against the house nigga. The house nigga was the snitch. The house nigga is today's snitch. That's the snitch today. The house Negro. He is snitch, you don't mind selling shit, and you know, that's his MO. That's how he rolls. He always looking for the money.
Right.
He ain't about uplifting a motherfucking
I was he ain't built like a real nigga.
And then what the white man understood back then that black folks don't understand, he knew where certain blacks came from and who was who and their power. He knew that. He knew I can't pit people that speak the same language together. We can't do that. We got to send that nigga to another field, to another, trade him like sports. I got to trade him to another team. You know what I mean? You can't stay on this team because he's talking a language. He can rally, get people to come together like Nat Turner and go fuck up some shit. Nat Turner scared the fuck out of people, brother. Turn that slave on the scared as fuck, man. Shit. Goddamn there. Take the shit he's on again.
He believed he was working for the Most High, destroy the cracker bitches, and was oppressing black folks. That's what he thought like. He's on a mission. You gotta take this bullshit, this slavery shit. They hung that nigga up high.
Took pieces
that nigga was hung from a motherfucking ship.
And took pieces of him
too. You could see the shit from miles.
Just like to get the president on Tony Stark.
Miles and miles. This is what happened to niggas. This is what happened to niggas who decides that they want come against the white man. Goddamn niggas.
And they rule. White man and his rule.
Don't take no invitations from him, man. That's just him trying to propagate some shit on you. To fuck with your mind. Yeah, you snitch ass. Shut the fuck down, man. You a motherfucking informant for that. Get the fuck out of here. Ain't no way that nigga ain't gonna be in jail. All the shit that nigga did.
All that shit.
If the nigga was on probation with a gun, you know you on probation, you get caught with guns. You gonna have to go.
And that's
Still walking free.
See, that 15 flat, dog. Flat.
You tell me that nigga ain't got some inside help.
Nah.
Ain't no nigga tell me. Don't fucking come. You don't like Money Mayweather anyway, cause you know his old ex-wife tried to throw stuff on Money Mayweather.
You know that.
You know, Money wasn't having it. You know, this is on the real. I often look at like both of Lane's boys, you know, and I've told Lane this. He was a little rookie there. He was a piece of work. He was too many years really love and shit. And they put you through hell, but put them through hell too. But he was, you know, she's going through. For me, it's like it's therapeutical because you know when she get attitudinal issues, I get in her ass, but it's in a nice way. I say, oh yeah, look at that attitude. I'm gonna rest that goddamn spirit. That's a fucked up spirit you carrying on yourself right now.
You see that because that douche you with your
And that's why I know. That's why I tell her. Yeah, see, I know. I said, now it's like, you know, I look at both her sons. I said, you had them in schools that was basically mixed most of their life. And it's amazing how they gravitate. You know, one of them dated a white girl and married her, and then the other one, he married a Creole who got white blood too. But in high school, he fucking white chicks. And here's the key thing. And I told a sister this years ago. I said, one of the reasons why certain brothers will go with white women because the image that they grew up viewing, as far as they saw a black woman, they saw nothing really positive in a black woman. Oh yeah, they love their mama. They saw the drama, and they saw their mama in her full drama, and how she reacted to stuff. And then they said to themselves, yeah, I ain't gonna marry a woman that got the attitude of a black female like my mama. You know, my mama tight, she make money, she do everything, but mama come with some attitude and shit. Only thing gonna get with your mama is somebody that knew her, and that's the reason I'm with her. But I'm saying, it's amazing how your sons, none got a sister. You got two boys, and both of them got women that are basically one all white and one half white. Do you hear me? That says something. You know, I don't know how you look at it. That says something about your boy. Now, you got little biracial kids. Now, all your grandkids are biracial. So you can't be sitting up here. I'm like, for you to hate on Trump, it's like you hating on your son's wife and both your son's wives, because they got white all in their family, and they got white all in their kids. So you can't sit up here, Trump is this, Trump. She can't do it, and she doesn't. But I remind her of that shit. I said, yeah. I said, you don't have a problem with white people, do you? Like, no. I said, you can't. So you got how? I said, your 4 grandkids, they all straight up white boys. They got white boy in them. They got white in them. Period. I'm not talking about like 8, 9 relatives down the line. Mama, grandmama, white. So when they go to functions, the whites that come to the function, I said, I bet you it's very segregated. They said, yeah, pretty much. We sit where we sit, they sit where they sit. I said, you know, I don't have to even be at your parties. I know. And I said, I've seen some of the pictures. I said, white folks sitting with white folks, they're comfortable with it. Black folks with black folks, her side of the family. What were you? I said, really, y'all. I said, you all need to be repping what you really want to see in the world. People come together. Y'all need to come to party and say, hey, we're not gonna sit separate. Everybody let's all sit together. Black and white, we all need to get along and get together. I'm shit, fuck. What they gonna do? You're married. The shit is what it is. Your son married to a white woman who got and she's a white girl. Ain't she a white girl for real? all the way white. I'm talking about pale white. No tan white, no black hair white, no Italian white. A real Caucasian. For real. I look at him like, hey, that's what he love. Fuck it. Can't be mad. You know, you be a hypocrite to be throwing slurs at Trump. It's just like you throwing slurs at your kid, your son's daughter. Hello. What's amazing, what I thought about, I said, that name was a booger bear. You know, she treat that man, she told me, she said, I treated Roscoe really fucked up. I know I did. But, you know, I wasn't in love with him. And then, me coming back into her life, boy, it just personified it even more. When I came back in her life in 08, she's like, man, it was operating the fuck away. It took 8 years to get away from it. She did, though. But it took 8 years. She had to break it. But she did it on the right time. It all worked out because, you know, her kid, she was doing that face chatting with her kid the other day. And she had a picture of us. I said, hey, Nikki, how you doing? And Nikki just sitting there smiling at me and everything. And the whole time Nikki's talking, she's smiling. And I know she's saying to herself, damn, this is the first time my mom been happy since I can remember. She never known her mom be this freaking happy. You know what I'm saying? And then sit around the conversation, and we both in the conversation with her, so that was pretty cool. But I'm like, I said, damn, man, you more so than anybody can't have no animosity about what's getting ready to take place. I mean, Trump is it. I mean, fuck. To me, he's no different than any other white boy. I'm just serious, man. He ain't no different than Bush. He ain't no different than Clinton. He ain't no different than the other Bush. Motherfucking Joe Ford. Motherfucking Nixon. Motherfucker, I forgot Reagan. Motherfucking Ronald Reagan. Shit. That bitch. You know, and then all the other white boys before. Because the 43 before Obama. 43 white boys. We're going to get another white boy. So, out of 46 presidents, you know, the 45th president, we got another white boy. Deal with it.
Yo, dog, you want to kick him out? You can kick him out if you want. could kill you if I wanted to.
Hello, you're through to Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Your beautiful new aircraft is waiting at our nearest airfield. We hope you're very happy, sir.
LJT, you got a minute? I feel like our little enterprise is doing well, but it could be doing even weller. You know, if we upgraded the equipment. It's your outlay, so it's your call. But think about it.
Calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. Aight, I'll get back to work.
Here's the boss.
Gotta be a stupid fucking kid. Bang. Bang. What's going on, good people? What's going on, bad? You know me, Mr. Glass, back at it again with Juice 2 period. Fuck all the bullshit. Let me tell you about this bullshit person that I'm playing with right now. You know, guess they ain't gonna be on my show. He's an asshole. He don't want to do nothing to make money. He just want to lay up there and stop other people from making money. So, he ain't nothing but an asshole. So you can tell he a kid because he's flying around with his wheels out instead of putting the wheels up. Now he put the wheels up because he hurt. He'll die. Let's see how good he is. That wrap that. All right, let's go.
I'm ready to go on this end.
Something out of here. Out of here.
You're through to HQ. It's on its way to you right now.
Let's see. If this dude wants to come and kill me, to say that he on my show, the truth, period. Fuck all the bullshit. And it's crazy how it's just me and him in this session together.
I'm gonna need you to move out of my landing zone.
But he just want to kill. I'm about to see exactly what his mind is.
Welcome aboard. I got it from here. Help yourself to a glass of something. Where would you like to fly?
Put in my yacht.
All right then. Enjoy the view. Where'd you make your money? Was it the drugs or the guns? I'm not no nard.
Alright, let's put a little phone.
All work and no play? All right. See you soon, boss.
Boss. You take that tone with me again, I'll come over there and shove that phone up your... Hello? Hello? You do know that I've got 2 degrees, both in finance.
See you right for See how what I was saying about peace.
It's there for taking. Get it and bring it back to the warehouse.
When I was shooting at his plane, I knew it wasn't gonna blow up. I knew he was gonna jump out though. But I knew he wasn't going nowhere because he knew that plane. That's why I said what I had to do. Instead of him going landing. That plane. So we don't be bold. I ain't gonna be talking like that.
Helena, too. It's a long time. Oh, my
whatever I did to you, Father, forgive me, Lord. The Lord talk to anyone, Lord. homeboy. Hope I ain't gonna get no shoes. Stop for me.
You've racked up some more ammunition rewards points.
So I got enough.
Now you are prepared against government tyranny.
So, we know a security company's moving what we need. We just don't know which van they're using. Keep hitting their cars till you get the supplies.
number two.
Open your eyes.
Or people do stupid shit.
Let's meet up next week.
All right, so what's better than resupplying, I hear you ask? Resupplying at the same time as desupplying your motorcycle club competitors. Now, one of their riders is carrying the stuff, so you're gonna keep knocking them off their bikes till you find the guy who's got what we need.
got like, right now the total is 50 Democratic representatives will not be in that inauguration.
That's a lot of people, bro.
Tell you show me. You know, that's just straight up. It just goes to show you
how much power they want.
Well, you know, it shows you just how fucked up bunch of they're like a bunch of sore fucking losers, man.
Yep.
It's like a bunch of fucking babies. I said, oh yeah, y'all just set a good example.
They have these
motherfuckers, for the future, showing young motherfuckers, this is how we act up in this bitch. We gonna show ourselves. We score. We didn't win, so we don't want to support him because we didn't win.
They done been elite so long. They don't have their weight like a little motherfucking baby.
I said like little motherfucking children, man. Like kids.
Like this.
What kind of shit kids do?
I'm
not gonna show up.
I quit.
No, the fuck don't show up then. Fuck y'all. Don't show up.
I'm not coming.
I know Trump is like, fuck him. I'm pretty sure he's like, fuck him. I'm still gonna be fucking president, whether they show up or not. But 50, you know, if enough folks show up, I won't miss them. I won't miss the bitches.
I said, anyway you go, they're gonna come kiss my ass.
Hell yeah, they gonna come, man.
that shit? Wi-Fi shit again.
Okay, you ever seen those videos of the Black Friday sales where housewives eye gouge each other over discount coasters? Well, this is a bit like that, except you're hitting a Vago set, and you're signaling a plane instead of them. and getting their supply drop, hmm? Don't you just love a bargain?
Someone film that shit! Holy shit! You should all be a drink.
Merriweather Security Consulting. How can I help? Thank you. A helicopter has been dispatched to your area.
We got you covered.
we're still in business. All right. LJT with the sign-off. Ah, you ready to settle this the old-fashioned way? With fists and jaws and bruised internal organs, huh? Okay. Well, the Lost are cutting loose at some club, and a few of the brothers are carrying the packages we need. Check your guns at the door, go in there, and knock heads till you get them.
I got a party hat if you want to play. You need to work on your foreplay. Oh, hell no!
No fucking way!
Go to hell, cocksucker! You're so fucking dead! Damn it! What? Why me? Fuckhead! I'm a crack the skull! Cops.
Get lost!
Stupid fuck! You gonna wish you was dead, motherfucker! Damn it, that's This place is crawling with that! Bitch! Asshole! Tear your fuck up!
Mama Pinga!
Run your...
Get lost! Fucking imbecile!
Break yourself!
Fucking punk!
Are you ready to meet Satan? God! Get a move on, piece of shit!
Have a drink, please. All right.
Resupply successful, long John out.
You want anything to eat, son?
So what you cook?
Huh?
Yeah, just fried something?
No, I mean just fried up some fries.
I cook something.
Let's meet up next week. I'll remember.
Viral. So Ted shot themselves in the foot with that.
I mean, TED has a lot of really interesting stuff out there. I've given, I think, at least one and probably two TEDx talks. What caused them to shut it down? Was this like the mothership TED? Was this just the TEDx people? Like, what happened?
I think we saw the skull behind the smile. I think that what it is, in fact, you know, the people at TED confess to this, that they have a science board which tells them what is politically correct and what is not. And they regarded my talk and another talk given at the same event by my friend and colleague Rupert Sheldrake, they regarded our talks as not politically correct, because it turns out that this science board that advises TED are kind of science fundamentalists. They believe that everything can be reduced to matter, that there is no non-material element of reality. They regard consciousness as an accidental byproduct of brain activity. You know, we got these big brains so that we could compete in the jungle, and accidentally, as a side effect of that, we got consciousness. They call it actually an epiphenomenon of brain activity. And this is science dogma. This is not science fact. But TED's science board have embraced that dogma, and my talk and Rupert Sheldrake's talk, by proposing a possible non-local basis for consciousness, were deleted by TED because we contradicted their dogma. It was as simple as that. In fact, all the reasons they gave for deleting the talks turned out to be bogus, and in the end they had to cross them all out on their website. We made them put it back on their website because they had defamed us. They put it back on their website, they crossed out all their objections, and they published our refutations. But it's really out there on the net in the pirate editions that this talk is being seen these days.
It's an interesting place that you must find yourself, because a lot of the stuff that you talk about, it is theories, and they're radically unconventional. You talk about alternative versions of history, and you present evidence for them. And I don't know that you say that you know 100% on everything there, but you're like, look, there's something here that doesn't fit the accepted belief. Therefore, the accepted belief probably has holes in it. And I've not read all of your things, but I've certainly come across your work and read a good amount of it. And you make reasonable arguments. Whether or not we can ever prove one or the other is, there's some things in history that will always be theories, because unless we have time travel, we're not going to know for sure.
Hi
but
there.
reasonableness,
What can I do
don't
for you?
find a lot of what you're suggesting.
Just let me know when you need.
Oh, thank you.
When you
But
finish
scientists should
with
look at
that,
that.
I'll give
I
you some
think
food.
I think
Are you
that
sure you
the
need
point
more
here
snacks?
is that history
Looks like your
is a
pockets are
story,
full. When you
It's a
finish with
narrative,
that, I'll give you some
which is
food.
being told to us, and that
What's cooking?
sole possession of
Let me
that
know.
narrative has
Are
been
you sure you
handed
need
over
more
to a
snacks?
professional class,
Looks
the
like your pockets are
historians
full.
and the archaeologists. They effectively have a grip on the story of our past, and they deliver it to us through the schools and through the universities. And it's what we are taught is the fact about our past. But we should never forget that it isn't a fact, it's a story. And the further back you go into prehistory, the slimmer the actual evidence upon which the story is based it can be found. There just is less and less and less of it, and the more it becomes a work of interpretation and really guesswork or fairy tale telling on the part of historians and archaeologists. So my view has been that my role, when it comes to the prehistory, to the origins of civilization, to the remote background of our species, my role is to provide a thoroughly argued, well-reasoned, well-worked-out alternative
Remember, I'll do
to
anything as long as it's
give
legal.
people who are interested in these matters another perspective, another story about our past. And I would maintain that the story that I am putting forward about our past is at least as well based in the known facts as the story that is told by historians and archaeologists. And there's a kind of ideological struggle between the two sides of history. This plugs into, I wouldn't want to sound conspiratorial, but into a kind of mind control system in our society. If you've got a grip on history, if you're controlling history and how history is told, then that gives you amazing power in the present as well. And I think this needs to be challenged, and I've made it my
You're
business to
looking good.
challenge the
Really.
narrative of history for the last 20 plus years.
So why are you that way? You're like the most contrarian guy ever. Like, what happened to you?
I don't know. I don't know why this happened, because actually you're right. I mean, I have been doing this for a long time. It's not just about history. Like a big book that I wrote in the 1980s was called, it had nothing to do with history. It was called Lords of Poverty: The Freewheeling Lifestyles, Power, Prestige, and Corruption of the Multi-Billion-Dollar Aid Business. You know, back in the 80s, aid was seen foreign aid was seen as something that you couldn't criticize. But I had been a field correspondent. I'd been the East Africa correspondent of The Economist. I'd been out there in the field. I'd actually seen what was happening. And again, the narrative we were being told by the PR people in the aid agencies was completely different to what I was seeing on the ground. So I decided to tell my truth and to give the opposite side of the story, and to say actually aid disguises itself as something really good, but in fact it's something really bad.
If you look at Confessions of an Economic Hitman, which came out more recently, where you talk about what happens with some of the activities in emerging economies when you do some of the aid programs and all, you were pointing out longer-term systems thinking things that are not immediately obvious, because as a species, humans are not particularly strong at system thinking and at looking at unintended long-term consequences. Like, we're short-term oriented because that's what really, we're wired to not be eaten by tigers and not starve to death. Those are both short-term phenomena.
Yeah.
Long-term stuff, we probably have time to
This is a state of mind that the human race needs to grow out of if we are to progress.
So, the other thing you're well known for is your very open conversation about your use of ayahuasca, which is a compound that really contains DMT, which is also known as the spirit molecule, as well as a couple other things that disable enzymes in the gut that would make your body normally break the drug down.
Right.
And the brain has DMT receptors that are activated usually when you're born and when you die, and probably a few other times. And having experienced this, it's a very spiritual experience doing ayahuasca, at least in a shamanic ceremony it is. I've seen people change their religion and have very profound personal growth experiences from it. Like, I don't know anyone who's done ayahuasca without having profound changes in their life, sometimes scary or unplanned ones, but always beneficial in the long run.
Always beneficial in the long run. It is a life-changing experience, and it's an experience that shakes up your view of reality. As a matter of fact, what is this thing that we call reality? Again, if we go back to those hardline materialist scientists, people like, very clever guy like Richard Dawkins, for example, I think that their whole perspective on the nature of reality would probably be shifted if they were to have 1,000 ayahuasca sessions. And I once put that to Dawkins at a public meeting.
I would love to do ayahuasca with Richard Dawkins.
As a matter of fact, if it was Dawkins, because he's a very hard-headed guy, I would say what he needs is an intravenous infusion of pure DMT, because there's no negotiation with DMT. You know, you're right that DMT is the active ingredient of ayahuasca, but it's kind of gentler in ayahuasca. It unfolds over about 4 hours. There's a certain amount of negotiation. You can exert your will, you can resist, but when you hit the right dose with DMT, whether smoked or by intravenous infusion, it takes no prisoners. I mean, you are going to go where it is going to take you, whether you like it.
Yeah, I've used pure DMT. You can start it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit longer acting, somewhere between intravenous and smoking it. And just for people listening, we have kids who listen to this. Like, this is not a party drug. This stuff will open your head up. Like do not mess around with this stuff.
Yes.
If you ever decide to use it, you use it with people who know what they're doing, people who are trained. Like, you may need assistance when you're done. Like, this is the exact opposite of a party drug or a recreational experience. Like, I don't often say this on the show, but don't fuck around with this stuff.
Okay. I agree. This is a very serious matter.
Yeah.
Working with these powerful psychedelics is not something to be undertaken lightly. And actually, if we do undertake it lightly, if we are pursuing it purely for recreational purposes, the chances of us getting anything useful out of it are much less. It's good to go into this with a serious intent and realize that you are doing something very serious, and that you may be about to have one of the most challenging experiences that you will ever have in your life. It's important to know that. But the fact that the experience is challenging is not a reason to avoid it. The fact that the experience is challenging is a reason to take care and to treat it with respect and with seriousness and to do it in the right setting, in the right frame of mind, and with people who know what they're doing. And that's why the shamanic tradition in, for example, the Amazon is so helpful. They've been working with ayahuasca for more than 4,000 years in the Amazon. They talk about, field testing of drugs, trial testing of drugs. This substance has been tested in human populations for thousands and thousands of years, and they know what they're doing. And we in the West, if we want to work with ayahuasca, and increasingly more of us do, we have to have the humility to sit down at the feet of those shamans and learn what they know and adapt it and apply it to the Western context.
So I was maybe more of the mindset where consciousness is a local phenomenon inside the head. Many years ago, my grandparents met working on the Manhattan Project, like very Western science kinds of people.
Yeah.
And I'd done ayahuasca, I meditated and learned all these various sorts of things, but I still really kind of believed that consciousness was in the head, and ayahuasca was part of what made me see the other side of it, which is I kind of think consciousness resides in my head, but it's a field phenomenon that probably doesn't only sit there. But the reason I want to go back to that thing you said there is that there's a group of transhumanists, and I'm often I have lots of transhumanist friends. These are people who sort of want to transcend the human body. They want to move their consciousness out of the human body, but almost to a T, many of them believe that consciousness is a local phenomenon, which reduces the human body to a robot, basically, to like a meat machine. And what's your take on that? Like, walk me through your thinking about the meat machine argument versus consciousness as a virtual machine and a meat machine. What's the difference?
Well, the thing is, we're unlikely ever to know absolutely what the truth is. We have to go on best guess and on an instinctive and intuitive feeling to how we go into it. But there's also some evidence, there's some data that we need to take into account. Actually, the meat robot thing is one of the problems that I have with transhumanism.
I do too.
I think it's a dehumanism in a sense, and that is unfortunate. And also, I'm not sure that our ultimate goal should be to extend individual lives indefinitely.
Only mine, not everyone else's.
I mean, in ancient cultures, we already have a mechanism for doing that. It's called reincarnation. Now, everybody of a scientific frame of mind might throw their hands up in horror and say that's just woo-woo. There's no such thing as reincarnation. But actually, we don't know that. That's a theory to say there's no such thing as reincarnation. It's not a fact. And work's been done on this by Ian Stevens at the University of Virginia. He actually set out to disprove reincarnation. And after 15 years of solid scientific work with children, mainly in India, but in other countries as well, who remembered their past lives and could actually go and find objects in the house they'd lived in before, he ended up with an honest conclusion that the data supports reincarnation. He actually ended up proving it. So I'm not saying it's proved, but I'm saying it's possible. And if
there's also a guy, sorry to interrupt you, there's a guy whose name is Tom, and it kills me because I've been on the phone with him, and I'm not remembering his last name right now, who wrote a book about the evolutionary arguments behind reincarnation. Literally saying, if you want the species to survive, you would engineer the species to be able to do this, because then knowledge is passed down. And I never thought of it that way, but it would be a useful thing if it was a part of our species, and it very well may be.
Suppose that this is the clever, the brilliant mechanism that is already built up into us. And then we try to just set that mechanism aside and use technology to extend our individual lives forever. We might actually be completely missing the point of what it is we're here to do on the planet. Maybe we are here to learn lessons. A lot of ancient traditions say that. A friend of mine calls this the university of duality, where we learn the lessons of good and evil, of right and wrong. Not that all is duality, but here at this plane, in this planet, in this material realm, that's the lesson it has to teach. And to extend one human life rather than reshuffling the pack every lifetime and finding yourself in a different set of circumstances might actually be depriving of vital lessons. It could be a very serious mistake. So I think we have to think very carefully about all of this. We all have an instinct to cling on to our physical life. We want it to go on forever, of course, but maybe that's not the best. And maybe we should be making way for the next generations, and maybe the next generations will actually be us.
AT&T Fiber. The future is here. A future where you can download a show in under 4 seconds. and don't have to worry about sharing bandwidth. Louise, a future with massage droids and fridges that come to you, filled with smart fruit. Peel.
The next generations will actually be us.
I tend to think that I don't necessarily want to live forever, but I would like to choose when and how I die. Like, I want control, but not necessarily to never be able to die or be immortal. Because there might be a time when you're like, I'm done. And I've seen this working with very old people. I've run an anti-aging research group for a long time. There's a certain point where you're like, you know what? I'm done. Like, and that's okay. I think that's fine.
I don't see it as a bad thing either. I don't see death as a bad thing. We have life because there is death. Death is part of the deal. This life, this experience that we undergo could not exist without death. So we should not shun it and fear it and hate it. Rather we should regard it. I regard it, at any rate, and I can't prove it, but I regard it as the next great adventure, the beginning of the next great adventure.
About 8 or 9 years ago, I met with one of the founding people of the transhumanist movement, a guy I really respect. I'm not going to say his name here because I don't want to like piss him off in any rude way. But we were sitting down in Florida near the Life Extension Foundation headquarters, where he was, I don't know if he was related to them or knew them all well or something. And I said, well, we're all going to die. And he got really offended. And I said, look, there will come a time when the end of the universe happens, okay? No matter what you do, no matter if you upload yourself to every computer and you're cybernetically replace everything, you're going to die. And I'm okay with that. But he wasn't okay with that.
At the root of it is a kind of unthought through horror of death.
I believe there is.
And actually, the truth is we don't know. There's a lot that don't know on this, and most, the mainstream science would say that Hancock is talking woo-woo when he says that there might be life after death. But if you really think about it logically, it's a 50-50 shot. We don't have the facts. We know that our physical bodies die, but whether some element of us continues, and certainly ayahuasca experiences suggest that there is a non-local element to consciousness. That consciousness may even be mediated by the brain rather than manufactured by the brain. Once you start thinking along those lines, then of course death is not the end, and any more than throwing a brick through your TV set destroys the signal. The signal is still there. The picture may be gone, but the signal's still there.
I remember when my grandfather passed away, he used to write under the general chemistry heading for Encyclopedia Britannica, atheist his entire life, and he knew his end was coming, and pretty far on. And he pulled it.
You might well go about your business, little kid.
The more I think about this
play with kids
thing is I'm getting
at all.
death is approaching, and everyone's going, oh my God, is he going to convert? He goes, the more I'm convinced it's all bullshit. Right? But then, literally 2 or 3 days before he died, and he decided to stop eating. He had autoimmune kidney issues, and just didn't want to do dialysis anymore. So he chose when and how he would go. But right, kind of in his last day of physical facility, he said, you know what? He said, I realize I don't know what's going to happen. And he said this really short, he said, I've never done this before. He said, so I'm a scientist, so if I can send you a signal when I'm gone, I'll do my best.
Yeah, exactly.
What would he say? We have no idea. I've never done this before. You don't know. Right? The most hardcore atheist rational scientists, we just don't know. I'm curious. I'm not going to try it now, but I'm curious.
Yeah, and so we should. We don't have the facts. We should keep an open mind on this possibility.
I got the facts, baby.
Thank you for
so won't know.
And being a rabble rouser about that, because it's important, and if we believe that we understand the nature of consciousness fully, then I think that we're cutting ourselves off from huge avenues of scientific exploration.
Actually, it's one of the great mysteries of science. It's really a huge mystery. It's how this few pounds of jelly inside our skulls transmutes into personal experiences, into feelings of love, for example, into our appreciation of a beautiful symphony or a sunset. Really, science cannot explain that. It cannot explain how that manifests in consciousness in a way that moves us emotionally. It's not clear at all. And any scientist who says they've got it all worked out are actually not telling the truth. But one thing I do agree with you on, or rather with your relative, is that the mainstream religions are basically bullshit. That's a fact. I and this is where a false dilemma is created. It's like it's a choice between, religion or materialism. No, the religions are only offering us a particularly narrow band of interpretation. The truth is that we're immersed in mystery. From the moment we're born, we are immersed in mystery. We don't know what the
Immersed in a lie. The moment we are born.
Mystery is the heart of the matter.
We are
should not
born into a
prejudge
lie.
anything about it. We should enter every mystery with an openness and a willingness to learn, rather than with preconceived judgments about what's going on.
In my own path, I hit 300 pounds, my brain wasn't working, and I used a lot of the Western reductionist things that just didn't work on my biology, on my brain, on my happiness levels. And I went and I did ayahuasca and went to Tibet and learned meditation with masters, and I did all that stuff because the other stuff didn't work.
It doesn't work. It just plain doesn't work. And actually, I don't want to name names, but if you pick Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, for example, these three religions all come down from a common source. They all share the same entity that they call God. And I'm sorry, but they've been responsible for a lot of horror in this world for thousands and thousands of years, and still are. These religious conflicts, the Muslims say, we have a monopoly on the truth, and the Christians say, we have a monopoly on the truth. And they're actually prepared to kill one another over this argument about what is true. These are very divisive and very hate-filled religions in many ways. They talk the talk of peace and love.
But they don't walk the walk.
If you actually get down to details and look how they've behaved over history and how some of them are behaving even now, they walk the walk of hatred and fear and suspicion.
They walk the walk of hatred, fear, and suspicion.
Having a spiritually oriented tribal group, it seems to be good for people, and there's a natural argument for that, but all religions eventually have been used at one time or another for no good. And some things I don't understand, like the Vatican Library contains documents I really would like to read.
Yeah,
and why these are world treasures. Yeah. There was a concerted effort to go around the planet, gather knowledge, burn everything they didn't like, and then put it locked in a vault. And to this day, it's not digitized and put online. It's like, what the hell?
Because it's part of the system by which they operate control. That's how it works. They control by denying access to knowledge. And in fact, it's not so long, since the Christian Church was burning people at the stake who disagreed with it. The ideas that are contrary to the established dogma get destroyed. We don't burn people at the stake anymore, but it's not that long ago. So these systems, these big religions are actually huge bureaucracies. They're huge corporations. I would say if you scratch them deep enough, you'll find a shamanistic experience at the heart of all of those religions. St. Paul on the Damascus Road, Moses in front of the burning bush, or whatever. But on top of that are just layer upon layer of power structures and bureaucracy and control and money and ideology. And they've turned into this horrible thing, which is really screwing up the world.
So let's go back a little further. I don't know if we can go back before the creation of spirituality and hallucinogens, because those appear to have happened a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
But let's talk about some of your very unorthodox views about human history, because your book, Magicians of the Gods, is all about that. And I think people listening to Bulletproof Radio, I interview people who are performing really well, who are doing really unusual science and research around human performance, and you're actually looking more at human history and some of the spiritual and consciousness kind of work. So you've got like two very distinct angles to your work, and both of them would be interesting to the audience.
They intertwine because the use of visionary substances in ancient civilizations was extremely widespread, and these were nurtured and protected and regarded as vital experiences that everybody had to have. So they are intertwined. But what I'm concerned about in Magicians of the Gods, which is actually a sequel to a book that I wrote 20 years ago. 20 years ago, in 1995, I published a book called Fingerprints of the Gods.
Oh, I read it back then. Yeah.
Which proposed that we are a species with amnesia, that we've lost an entire episode of advanced civilization, and that this episode of advanced civilization occurred during the Ice Age, and it was brought to an end by a global cataclysm. Now, that book was, in its own way, a very prominent book. It went into 30 translations. It was read by millions of people, but it was universally derided and scorned by archaeologists and by their friends in the media. the notion of a lost civilization, I was told, would just be impossible. There could be no such thing. Historians and archaeologists have got history nailed. And they also said there was no cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. Well, this now turns out not to be true, and this is why I've written Magicians of the Gods, because we have 20 years of powerful new science and powerful new discoveries in the field of archaeology, which are massively supporting the case that I make in Fingerprints of the Gods.
I wouldn't say that you've been vindicated, because there's lots of stuff in there that you said that hasn't been shown true, but many of the things that were outrageous when you wrote that book 20 years ago, there's some evidence supporting that didn't exist back then. So yeah, directionally, yeah, I'd say you hit a few things, and it should raise some eyebrows. If I go back and I think about what's in there, when I read about these new finds, oh look, they did find a pyramid on every continent. Oops. Like, that's kind of big news.
There's more than that. I mean, at the heart of this, if you go again to the narrative of mainstream history and archaeology, it's got a particular story that we're told about the origins of civilization. We're supposed to see ourselves as the end product of a long, steady social evolution. The Stone Age, the primitive, the Paleolithic, and then we come gradually into the Neolithic, and then we start doing agriculture, and then the first cities appear. We see megalithic monuments appearing about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, and gradually, as time goes by, technology is developed, and lo and behold, here we are, smart, technological us, the apex and the pinnacle of the human story. The problem with this whole picture, I call it the House of History. A great deal of the House of History is very well built, certainly for the last 8,000 or 9,000 years. They've documented it well, but the problem is that they have not taken into account an extinction level event that happened on this planet between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago.
So they killed off all the happy people. They killed off all the lovely people.
Geologists call it the Younger Dryas, that period of history. But in the last few years, since 2007, published mainly in very high-level scientific journals and not yet really getting out to the public, is compelling scientific evidence that the Earth was hit by several fragments of a giant comet 12,800 years ago. And I emphasize this is not woo-woo, this is not pseudoscience. I am reporting the work of major mainstream scientists in journals like the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
Same one that lied about it there, then went to the moon.
So on and so forth. It's just that it hasn't filtered into the public domain.
Can't really believe nothing y'all say no more.
Left 4 fragments of this comet, some of them up to a mile in diameter, hit what was still the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. Many people don't realize this, but North America, roughly north of Minneapolis, was covered with ice 2 miles deep. That was the Ice Age. And these impacts generated colossal heat and kinetic energy. A single one of them would be greater in its explosive power than the entire nuclear arsenal of the Earth going off at once. And the evidence for this is spread across 50 million square miles of the Earth's surface. It's very recent science, and this cataclysm happened right in the foundations of history. So however well built the House of History is since the cataclysm, because it does not take the cataclysm into account at all, it is not built into the model of the origins of civilization, I have to say that it looks like the House of History.
We'll read you some shit. This is something that came down on the time of this. The time of this is it's Obama, racial legacy, pride, promise, regret, and deep rift. That's the title. This is written by a female, Sharon Cohen. Sounds very Jewish. I don't know if she's black, but I'm gonna check out. Cohen is a Jew name. Yeah, Cohen, Cohen. This came off 23 hours ago. And this is how it starts. It's from Chicago. Chicago. That's the city that the Associated Press said. He entered the White House, a living symbol, breaking the color line that stood for 220 years. Barack Obama took office, and race immediately became the focal point in the way that was unprecedented in American history. No matter his accomplishment, He seemed destined to be remembered foremost as the first black president to lead the world's most powerful nation. But 8 years later, Obama's racial legacy is as complicated as the president himself. To many, his election was a step toward realizing a dream of post-racial, realizing the dream of a post-racial society. He was dubbed the Jackie Robinson of politics. African Americans, along with Latinos and Asians, I felt the same way in 08, voted him in record numbers in 2008, flush with expectations that he delivered on hope and change for people of color. He never said shit like that. He never said color. He said hope and change. He never said color. He never said color. She put that in there though. This is her words now. Some say he did, ushering in criminal justice reforms that help minorities, protecting hundreds of thousands of immigrants from deportation, and appointing racially diverse leaders in key jobs, including the first 2 black attorney generals. This supporters say he deserves more credit than he gets for bringing America back from the worst recession since the Great Depression. The killing of Osama bin Laden. A major expansion of health care that secured insurance for millions of minorities. Wow. They celebrate his family as a sterling symbol of black success. But Obama also frustrated some who believe he didn't speak out quickly or forcefully enough on race or push aggressively enough for immigration reform. All that's bullshit to me. You know, those 2 things they mentioned, that's just bullshit. You know, the bitch says, I just jumped up. Let's see. Some say he did, ushering in criminal reforms, help minorities, protecting hundreds of thousands of immigrants from deportation, and appointing racially diverse leaders to key jobs, including the first 2 black attorney generals. These supporters say he deserves more credit than he gets for bringing America back from the worst recession since the Great Depression, the killing of Osama bin Laden, and major expansions of health care that secured insurance for millions of minorities. They celebrate his family as a sterling symbol of black success. But Obama also frustrated some who believe he didn't speak out quickly or forcefully enough on race or push aggressive enough immigration reform. Who gives a fuck about those 2 things, man? On race. Fuck, that's the whole focus of the motherfucker with race and some sex shit. That's about what he stood for. Let me go. I'm gonna finish this. I gotta finish it because the bullshit gets deeper. Because man, this is AP poll now. The Associated Press is one of the oldest news reporters. You got the Associated Press and UPI. Those used to be the 2 main polls. They still are the granddaddy and grandmama of news. You get it from the UPI or AP. That's hot off the motherfucking press. Right. This shit is fire. Everybody getting this. This is going everywhere. So this is the bullshit they putting out on this bullshit. But see, because you don't read shit, so I'm gonna read this shit.
Yeah, I'm appreciating it. So
you hear how this in the way black folks, it's killing me, man. We so against this. I'm gonna get into the meat of it now.
Do you, nigga?
Oh, no. He said, but Obama frustrated some who believe he didn't speak out. Okay, good. And his presidency did not usher in racial harmony. Rather, both blacks and whites believe race relations have deteriorated. According to polls, mounting tension over police shootings of African Americans prompted protests in several cities and the emergence of the bullshit organization, I'm putting bullshit in, the Black Lives Matter bullshit movement.
Quoted perfectly.
Some bullshit. A Soros-funded piece of bullshit that stands for nothing but agitating the climate, agitating it, making it worse, making people want to fight. and
Making them wanna separate.
and really making niggas fight niggas even harder.
Make 'em
Really,
wanna
because it's a psychological mind fuck. You gotta understand that.
Psychological mind fuck.
Okay. Perhaps most strikingly, the president's successor, Donald Trump, is seen by many as the antithesis. He's the anti of everything Obama stands for. He's the antithesis of a colorblind society.
Wow.
A one-time leader of the birth, the one-time leader of the birther movement. Now they say he's starting that birther shit, meaning a movement that spreads the falsehood that Obama was born in Africa. That shouldn't have come out of his camp. That came out of the Democratic camp first. It may not have come straight out of Hillary, but it came out of her camp. Hillary didn't say this shit, but that shit first came out when that camp was running against Obama. They were the ones contesting his legitimacy and his birth certificate. Not Obama, not Trump. But they got, see what they done labeled him with? He's now a one-time leader of the birth. They gave his shit a movement.
Now why? They got like you say, they got meat. They got meat. You know what I mean by meat? Trump came on there. David said it. Hillary need to go at his birth certificate. That's where her main focus should be at. He came on there and said that.
But listen, this is what people are saying. I ain't saying this shit. Perhaps most striking president is leader of a falsehood, whatever. Trump's strong reliance on white voters was in sharp contrast to the multiracial coalition that gave Obama his 2 victories. Talking about gays and all that shit, that's the coalition, the gay movement. That's the color. They ain't black, but they have black. See, all you have to do is just show up with the skin color, and black guys, you got black folks. It don't matter what the fuck you believe, what you do. All the shit you done, you give them a pass and everything. And then you were gonna be blinded to a bitch who did fucked up shit and compromised the security of this nation, gave over motherfucking her motherfucking the email scandal. I don't even want to talk about it. But that shit, that was the most scrupulous motherfucker. But you can't speak that to women. Oh, she stuck by Bill through all that shit. She stuck by money. Let's be real. She stuck by money and the chance to become the president of the United States. It didn't work.
She knew where she was.
They plan was in. They planned and worked. They didn't expect a motherfucker, and now they mad because they're saying unequivocally that based on technology and shit that a foreign entity helped Trump get fucking elected.
And know what I want to say? I say this here to all y'all out there that's listening. Think about it. If they want to pull that card, why Bernie Sanders ain't using his? Because they showed, without a shadow of doubt, what they did Bernie Sanders.
But you know what, man? See, I ain't worried about that fucked up bullshit.
Right.
Because fuck Bernie Sanders. We know that old fucker didn't want. Fuck yeah, we don't want that old fucker. And I'm sorry. He's stale, and Hillary fucked up. I put about this. We had to list all the fucking leaders, but the most stupid motherfucker was Trump.
Yep.
We put up against truth. You all didn't want to hear the truth. You're too afraid to handle the truth. Yep. You don't want to hear the truth, as said by Jack Nicholson in that movie. You don't want to hear the truth.
You can't handle
the motherfucker. And that people don't want to hear it. They gloss over it. You know, that was they want to be happy because see, it had just been status quo. If she'd have come in, it's just been business as motherfucking usual. The same old hat. And they're mad now because they feel like white people are just gonna come out all out attack on blacks but you gotta quit stirring up that race war bullshit because it's only gonna be small. Let me tell you something. Whatever goes on is gonna be in small places, it's just not gonna be people just walking out boom boom and doing crazy ass shit. But let me tell you something. You better be aware that what's going on in our society is deeper than the political agenda. But I'm telling you, man, People are drugged out in this motherfucking society. To what degree? But they drugged out and they use drugs, they use alcohol. Alcohol is the most lethal motherfucking drug going. Alcohol, man, because it's readily available to everybody, that's the most lethal shit in this country, and it's legal. It's legal.
Let me tell you what.
It's more deadly than all the drugs you put together. It don't. Alcohol kill more than all of them.
Let me put your statistics to rest, Dave, because I just heard pharmaceutical drugs went by a land.
Man, let me tell you something, man. All of it is drugs to me.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck if it's pharmaceutical. I'm talking about what you can readily get into your body. When you can put that alcohol in your body, you poison your motherfucking system. First of all, your system is compromised when you're not motherfucking alkaline. And alcohol fucks your body up. So the drug. Look here, let me tell you something. I can get on a pill or something, take it for a little while, but it ain't gonna fuck with my immune system because my immune system is so built up because I keep it alkaline. So people that are putting alcohol in their body constantly, people go out every day and just drink, and their body's acidic. So you're susceptible. Now the pharmaceutical drugs can really work on your motherfucking ass because you mixing both of the prescriptions, the prescription alcohol and the pharmaceutical. I don't separate that shit. People, we separate for statistical purposes. That's why we do is we want to identify what the root cause. We know the pharmaceutical shit is good, goddamn. But if you mix it, let me tell you something. Whatever pharmaceutical you taking, it warns on every label. Do not drink alcohol. Most motherfuckers put alcohol with their shit and wonder why that motherfucking medication don't work like it's supposed to. You put wine on that shit and you put all that alcohol, and people that pill ain't working like it's supposed to. Get off the alcohol. And then add the cigarettes in there, which is free, another fucking drug. They won't sit and talk about how much tobacco kill them. Oh, shit. Tobacco? They don't want to put that in a drug category, but that's a drug, dog.
Right. And see, like I said about Big Pharma, Dave, I'm just letting you know. They showed on here.
Big Pharma own everything, run everything, dog.
This is why I'm trying to tell you the statistics between the alcohol. You said you put them all together, yeah.
I'm just saying it all, man.
I'm saying you separate them. If you separate them, there's Big Pharma. Why I say that? Because they said this here. This is what they said now. Ex-doctor that's been kicked out of his profession. They said, oh, he's bitter. No, he's telling the truth. He said mostly all your deaths in the hospital come from them putting the medication into your body that really heals itself, and you have a really.
Well, that's when you give into that system initially, you depend on that system to take care of you. That's what you're gonna die of. And most people in that. My girl talks about her. She got to find another doctor because the doctor she had is no longer on her motherfucking HMO. And then she said. But she said, I know several people I work with, somebody recommended a good doctor. That's why I said, yeah. I said, check with all the people got the same HMO you got. You know, y'all work together. You can find a good doctor, you know. And she rely on that shit, and that's fine. You know, shit. But that's motherfucking, man, this shit, man. My dad was on 7, 8 prescriptions. You can't tell me what didn't kill my father. That was all the prescriptions, man. And then he was on so much when they want to put some more poison in, they said, well, he ain't a good candidate for radiation nor chemo. Because he was already fucked up with the chemicals that was already in there. His chemicals and cancer, anything he was trying to do. Brother, look here. I live to see what drugs, pharmaceuticals do to people, man. And my mother was talking about, she didn't take her first, she wasn't on any kind of prescription until after my daddy died.
See, because basically that was depressing.
And that's all that. But that was shit, man. You got to be with somebody all your life, and that motherfucker gone.
And what else?
You can't fathom that. I can't. You been with this person all your life, you know, and this man. And they from the time you were kids, you were childhood sweethearts. You known this man since he was a little old boy.
And Dave,
and shit, and that dude gone. He ain't around no more. He took care of you all your life. He literally took care of her most of her life. He did.
Dave, she didn't have to work. That was it.
She didn't work. My mother worked till she got probably about almost in her 30s and stuff because he told him he wanted to raise some kids. Somebody got to be home for him. That's what he did. They come home, they need to eat. When they get up in the morning, they need breakfast.
That was the breadwinner.
She got up every morning.
And made sure y'all eat.
Breakfast.
Made sure y'all eat.
Hot cereal. Shit. Get out in that cold ass fucking New England shit. Had to make sure motherfuckers send my father to school, man. And be there. We get in. If you came home, have made your lunch. You know, you can walk from the school, get home quick enough. Might get a hot mama, might have a hamburger. That kind of bullshit, but hey.
You was eating, nigga. Shit, you was eating. Shit, you was eating.
Every day,
That was eating, nigga. Shit, we can remember that. That was eating.
My computer will not turn that.
Okay, yeah, get some more juice. Get some more juice. But yeah, man, I'm like this here, dog. It's like if we don't.
Let me go here. I can finish. Let me get it's back on.
All right.
I got no batteries. So now, President Obama represents the face of the future, multicultural America. Donald Trump represents the old racial order of the black-white divide, says Frederick Cornelius Harris, director of Center of African American Politics at Society of Columbia University. He's supposed to be important. He's supposed to have the answers. He's supposed to be, I guess, who the fuck? It's who the fuck is Cornelius? Now see, you take the word of someone, not you or yourself.
Yeah.
What do you say? I've heard Trump, I don't have no fear of the motherfucker.
None.
This motherfucker says this. Cornelius Harris says, Obama represents the face of the future, multicultural America. Shit, man. Trump coming into multicultural America. He can't fuck with that. He ain't stupid. Look who he's married to. He's married to a foreign babe. What the fuck is he? What they talking about, man?
They divide the
Donald
divide,
Trump represents
bro.
old racial order of black-white divide.
Oh, this
But he got a foreign wife. Says Frederick Cornelius Harris, director of the Center of African American Politics. The Society of Columbia. So he's because I come out of Ivy League school, nigga.
New nigga. That
Yeah,
new nigga.
Ivy League. That's Ivy League.
Yeah,
that's my Harvard nigga. I gotta go blood like
Harvard.
Yes, I'm right to so and so, and I went to Harvard. Yeah,
I went to Harvard.
He went to Columbia. He went to the other. This is one of what you call the quote unquote Ivy League school. He went to an Ivy League school.
He said, I work for free.
So he.
You can't fire me. I work for free.
BET was like my daughter said it was like a Negro company.
It was Negro company.
It was Negro company, and then it was bought out by the whites, and the whites, they give a pass on what they want shit to go out.
Come on, Dave. Come on.
When the white order took over, that's when they couldn't have no Magruder no more.
They had to stay in business, Dave.
They had to let Magruder go.
Oh yeah, because he was gonna make nigga back. He was gonna bring nigga back.
Listen to this, man. It took more than 2 centuries for America to elect a black president. It will take many years after he leaves office to sort out what it all meant. Now here's where they go into. Here's when they start going into this. Obama shit.
I call it bullshit
if
rhetoric.
he can do it, I can do it. Cheryl Johnson of Chicago's Gelt Gardens public housing project on Obama as a lasting symbol. 2 iconic images of Obama president. The president patiently bends over as a 5-year-old black boy touches his head after the child asks Obama if he has the same kind of hair. Another image, a 106-year-old black woman joyfully dances with the president and the first lady beaming as she declares, "I'm so happy, a black president, yay." Oh, that's so heartfelt. 106-year-old woman black. I remember that picture. I've seen all those images. Born in Century Park, these 2 visitors at the White House convey the potent symbolism of Obama's presidency, a luster that hasn't dimmed. For many black Americans, it is so much what policies Obama proposed, but it's not. Look at, it's not so much. Look what this motherfucker doing. This is a dismissal. Listen. I'm all dismissing. He says. That's why you got to really read this shit and really understand this shit. Look, he said, born a century apart, these 2 visitors to the White House convey a potent symbolism of Obama's presidency, a luster that hasn't dimmed. For many black Americans, it's not so much what policy Obama proposed, but his mere presence in the Oval Office that has mattered most. not what the motherfucker has accomplished, not anything that he's did.
Give him a pass.
It's just give him a pass for anything that didn't happen. Give him a pass.
For looking clean over.
For just really
looking clean
over. Looking clean over a nigga. Looking clean but just the fact that he was in office because he's black.
Like I said,
I voted for him because he's black.
They did. He put a little flavor.
Don't matter what the fuck he did. Don't matter what he accomplished.
All I can say is this here, Dave. Him and the motherfucker Butler could have trade places.
Man, this is some bullshit. You got real small shit. Listen to this. You can't put a price tag on Vasquez Loretta, another female, Austin Heron, a former community activist who worked with Obama in the Chicago Atgill Gardens in 1980s. Well, you know, she Obama, you know, she got to get her shine. Because they just gave her some shine up there that, you know, said, if he never did anything else for African Americans, if you listen to this is what she going, she's starting out with the dismissal. If he never did anything else for African Americans, just the fact that he occupies the White House, it lets us see ourselves in a different light.
So stupid ass hell.
What the fuck?
That shit don't make sense. That don't make no fucking sense.
What the fuck did this bitch have to say, man?
I break that one
she's
down.
She's like,
I break that one down.
Just the motherfuckers in there. It don't matter what the fuck he's done. Just the fact that his mere presence gives us this hope, this ray of light, like he's the motherfucking Messiah or some motherfucker coming back to the motherfucking planet.
Let me say something to you, Miss Lady.
Ain't that a bitch?
Miss Lady, it's almost like what you said was so contradicting the whole scenario of him becoming the first black president for us. Him getting a pass for being white and being black. Come on now. That's backwards as your ass is black saying that white shit.
Oh, man. Hear what this woman said, man. Just a fact.
I'm telling you, that sounds like something that come out of a white person's mouth, bro.
Man, you don't come out of our sister.
That's what I'm saying.
Black women have such a, they still do have such a love affair with him.
Did you say it?
They love him. They love him. They love him, brother.
They love that white color.
They love that skin tone, dog. That tone. That's the tone that's always got him.
That's what I'm saying.
You know that tone got him, brother.
How I know now that tone got him? Because that sounds like a white person saying y'all ought to just appreciate that y'all had a nigga in there.
She want to give him some pussy.
Right, did shit. And he lived in holler. I ain't like that.
She just came on and just said, shit, it don't matter.
Don't matter.
His mere presence just makes my pussy wet. Come on now, keep it real, nigga.
You put it out how it came out of you. You put it out.
Keep my pussy wet.
Keep my pussy wet. But like I said again, dog.
Because the image, like you said, oh, that family, oh, the image.
All I can see, like what I just said, that bitch.
And Loretta Augustine, former community activist who worked with Obama.
Like I said again.
But she know he was straight up a pussy, didn't like no pussy. I guarantee she know he didn't like pussy.
She probably gave him something, he probably said, I ain't like that.
And she said, just that the opportunity is, she said, we see a chance for us to fit into the United States society in a way we never fit in, or we were just lost before he came. We couldn't fit in. Just knowing that opportunity is not everybody else's, it's ours too.
Oh, geez.
This guy's and it was never that feeling before. Who the fuck was you living fucking around?
And the sky always been a limit, shit.
Fuck, what the fuck? Boy, I'll tell you, that's just straight up ghetto, right? That's just straight up ghetto. Straight up ghetto. Perhaps nowhere in those sentiments stronger than at the Atgill Gardens, where 20-something-year-old Obama honed his political skills as a community organizer.
I ain't go back to Chicago.
It was there. That's what that is.
I know. I'm saying I didn't go back to Chicago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was there in the shadow of the rusted steel mill where Obama had his first up-close exposure to the black community mired in poverty. In his memoir, Dreams of My Father, Obama describes the sprawling housing projects in a perpetual state of despair with crumbling ceilings, backed up toilets, and burst pipes. He helped residents agitate, rally, fight city hall to improve lives. 3 decades later, at Gale is in the middle of a massive renovation. Crime and poverty persist. And there's no sense of hope, especially for kids who, for the first time, see a president who looks like them when they walk by. Obama's photo in the school walls. Cheryl Johnson. When the last time motherfucker been down there? When the last time motherfucker came down there? Cheryl Johnson. Cheryl Johnson is among a few remaining residents who remember Obama's organizing days. A few remaining. He plotted strategies with her. Hazel, a well-known environmental activist. Johnson, who following in footsteps, sees Obama as an inspiration. His presidency she explains, allow people to say, if I can,
you can.
If he can do it, I can do it too. It's the influence, the motivation that he has given to people who may have been hopeless in their life. Like, I can't get this far, Johnson says. Now you hear young people saying, that's 5 and 6 saying, I'm going to be the next president of the United States. Obama changed the perception of black people, says. Now let me say this. Let me say this one motherfucking thing. That's true right there. That he did show little kids that see a different skin you.
Right.
Shit like,
yeah.
Little kids. So I can probably do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be more blunt with you than that. It's like I said, the light and bright. Yes, definitely.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about no nigga look like you and me. Come on, dog. What I just say? Motherfuckers that look like him. Hey, look, man, and that's the flavor of the hours.
Yeah,
you look at the motherfuckers that, the motherfuckers that's before you in Hollywood. Look at the motherfuckers that, the women that's before you. You look at that skin you, man. Yep. Our race has always been, we love that motherfucking skin you. Because if it wasn't for Michelle, this bullshit, he would've got the love. Michelle gave him all, got them all the love, dog.
Because us, this kind of day, this kind of got behind.
That's who got behind.
You did.
It wasn't no light bright, nigga.
The light and bright, light and bright with white.
Yeah, and light bright could just stay with
white. Yeah. They was like, they know that. They could have said it was with what light and bright.
Listen, this bitch say. Obama changed perception of black people, says Helen Singletary. You especially, all these from the place where he worked at, they're gonna hype him. The media depicts us in such an unfair and defaming way, she says, and to see the pride of who we really are demonstrated on the world stage means what to me. No, it means depict you just the way you fucking are. I mean, motherfucker, and we talking about the mainstream. Mainstream is in love with motherfucking they try to gloss over that shit. It's social media and real media that's really painting a picture of how you motherfuckers are for real. I mean, come on, man. This bitch is in Chicago. As I'm reading this right now, John, as I'm reading this to you at this motherfucking second, somebody in that motherfucker getting dealt with in Chicago right now. Triple murder's going on right now as I'm reading this shit. And this girl has all that. And I guess, in a motherfucker like this motherfucker in Chicago, this probably is some of the perception because it's a fucked up place up there. If you ain't living around the fuckery all the motherfucking time.
It's blowing cold.
You know what I mean? But man, there's a group of motherfucking Chicagoans, man. I got on some tape, man, that they think Obama shit's the most fucked up. They said our shit. I'm talking about straight up Chicago. Some real Chicago niggas. Go ask some real Chicago niggas about Obama. That's why I was like, when's the last time he been in this motherfucker?
When he went to Chicago, he went to the easiest part of Chicago he can possibly go to when he went there.
Oh yeah, because he went back there for that little celebration. Yeah. I guarantee you didn't visit this motherfucker.
No. Dave, let me tell you something, Dave, about them niggas that we talking about right now. The niggas we talking about right now, Secret Service couldn't protect his ass from them niggas, man. This nigga know this. Dave, you can't go where you did the most harm at, bro.
Yeah. I did. Here come Michael Dyson. Eric Dyson says. Yeah, I'm gonna give my secret to my Michael Dyson advice. That was part of Michael Dyson, a Georgetown professor, a prominent African American commentator, described in the New York Times, to Black America, unrepentant love affair with the president. The pride, he wrote, overlooks Obama's fallings, including skimping on black cabinet appointees until his second term, foregoing the nomination of a black woman to the U.S. Supreme Court. Never did that. Isn't that amazing? No black females appointed to the Supreme Court. And look, guys, know how much power he got. Because, he said he never did that. He said, and reluctant, he said, and reluctance to highlight black suffering. Still, Obama maintained an 89% approval rating in the Gallup poll. Man, when all this shit. See, this is the part of this shit. This is shit nobody wants to say. Michael Dyson spoke. This was the truth. He said, the unrepentant love affair.
The unrepentant.
You know what unrepentant means?
Yep.
You know, regardless of what you do, we don't forgive him. It don't matter what he do. We just, hey man, we just got a love affair with this motherfucker. He can do no wrong.
He did, like I say, he did the creative love affair.
He just ain't a motherfucker thing. We gonna let this motherfucker do anything he want to do. But we still gonna love him in spite because he look like us.
I said that. So him saying the same-sex marriage, okay, that's what he's saying.
Shit, this is what that motherfucker did.
And we both know that's what he did, but he's saying it now. He's saying it's okay for everybody now. You think what I'm saying? It's okay for everybody.
And a whole bunch of folks didn't agree with that.
Hell no.
They co-signed with it because they want their pot at the end of the
they want to get their will agreed.
Line.
They want to get their will agreed, man.
Many black supporters are proud of how he weathered the birth of movement, racial slurs, photos depicting him, among other things, as an African born through the nose, witch doctor, or an aide, and other indignities such as the government interrupting your personal health care. You lie. they all that shit. The birth of movie, he survived that. Man, what that motherfucker expect? Let me tell you something. I'm surprised. The allegations of homosexuality. And they cover that because they just show you the homosexual. But that shows you the homosexual mafia is strong.
Oh yeah, they're strong.
That ain't like you. When he passed them laws, that means you couldn't come at him. That's what he did. He protected himself.
Covered his own ass.
That's how you can't come after me. Shit. Says one of the sayings we have down in Alabama is when you wrestle with a pig, the pig enjoys it. And you're the one that gets the money, says Glenn Thread, assistant federal public defender in Birmingham. The president has gotten in the mud. What he has done is shown that black men can be a successful president and a successful husband and a successful father. Yeah, I think that's an extraordinary thing. Do you hear that bullshit? The fact that he got anything done is impressive in hindsight. How the fuck is that? Quan Shai Edwards, Chicago lawsuit, on the hope that Obama's election would bring reform. At the beginning, America of color looked forward to seeing what action would come from having one of their own in the White House. Emmanuel Cleaver, a Missouri congressman and former head of the Congressional Black Caucus, remembers one first-term meeting during which the caucus members appealed to Obama to seek funds for a program to reduce unemployment among black youth. The president's response reflected his governing style. He said he advocated for a program for all youth. It is consistent how Obama always described himself the first black president, not the president of black America. Dyson once noted Obama's preference for a universal approach, pointing to something the president told him in 2010 interview. I got to look out for all Americans to do things based on what help people across the board. Yeah, but black Americans are all Americans. This is my saying. If you're saying you got to do what's right for all people, but you cater special need in certain instances to the homosexuals,
right,
to feminists, to Latins, immigration reform, all these areas, healthcare. But
then
what one directive? What's one bone that you threw at the African American society system that this came straight? This is gonna help them do and reduce unemployment and jobs. What bone did you throw? What you threw? No bones. You threw no bones. And that's what this is saying. They said when they asked to put a program together to help black youth, the motherfucker said, Remember, first time, the bill to seek funds for a program to reduce unemployment amongst black youth. The president responded, reflect his governance side. He said he'd advocate for a program for all youth.
For all you. Wow.
And Chicago got some of the highest unemployment rate in the motherfucking United States. It's up there. It's top 5 on unemployment. You know, DC leads number 1. The back motherfucking yard where he was at got the number 1 unemployment rate amongst black males.
He ain't give a fuck about the niggas.
Say Chase Edwards, who grew up in Agnew Park, says he initially hoped Obama's community would spur him to pursue the kind of Great Society social program enacted by President Lyndon Johnson, but he understands why that was impossible. Some people will say Obama knows the South Side of Chicago. He knows poverty. He should have done more, says Edwards. Well, I think if you look at all the factions that he had to deal with, he probably got as much as he could get done. So he didn't do enough for poverty, but I don't blame him. This is the an organizer that grew up in this shit.
Right.
I ain't gonna blame him. Obama faced a solid wall of GOP resistance to much of his agenda, although some question whether opposition was strictly ideological.
That was a good one now.
Some question whether opposition was strictly man. That motherfucker can go to Chicago and do shit. I'm just wondering, was the word...
They do shit nowhere.
Because the word was out, you know, we got you in that motherfucker, man. Don't come against this machine.
No, the word was out. He stayed too far away from Chicago. You hear me, Dave?
What I'm doing, I'm giving... This is my observation. Why? Because this is what I believe. I believe certain cities like that motherfucker are really, for some reason, the political machine in that motherfucker keeps it the way keeps it the way it's gonna keep. Because so you're talking about the third largest city in the United States. I mean, you're talking 6 million folk. 6 million.
Yeah. That's a lot of people.
And Chicago is about a 52-53% black city. It's a chocolate city, man. It really is. It's a lot of dangerous Negroes there.
Yeah, that's how I got it.
And they mobbed up on top of each other. I mean, I don't know how you go in there and build Little Beirut up. How you go in there and get control of that? I mean, you got Farrakhan, Oprah Winfrey. These are Chicago. This is the pop. Right? I'm just saying. Oprah Winfrey, Farrakhan, Jesse Jackson, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, and Farrakhan in that motherfucker. They all from that motherfucker. All that power.
And all that destruction. Amongst us.
All that power. I'm just saying,
you know.
But you know, what I'm speaking to is, so you got all that power and nobody goes in there. I mean, Farrakhan talk all that shit.
And I'm saying the same thing.
He don't have Muslims patrolling the street, going out and they're going into the ghetto. Because them niggas get dealt with this. Let me tell you something. The homosexuality is out of control, and single parent motherhood is out of control. Those two entities got shit off of it. Got a lot of gay shit. They got a lot of single black females running black households in the inner city. Wow. That's just the way it is. That motherfucker.
Boys growing up from
that motherfucker, and it's producing crazy killers, girls and boys. Women are killing now. Women are killing, doing some killing now, man. It's crazy.
I see that because I heard that one about the woman cut somebody's belly open and shit.
They got some bitches doing some crazy. So this dude said. Some people say Obama, okay, no, I read that. He said, okay, Lorenzo Morris, he's somebody else's fame. Howard University, you know, the Howard, the one of the top
Howard,
Howard University, top black school in the country. Howard University professor knows that Republicans
publicly announced they opposed his programs, even if they agreed with him. Oh, I don't understand. I don't like politics. So if you start off with such intense hostility that if you don't call it racial, it's hard to know what to call except stupid, he says. I would think it's reasonable. Listen now.
There's been an incident. The plane carrying the product went down. Go out to the crash site and bring whatever you can to the warehouse.
They don't see the hypocrisy of how they doing shit. When if you think about it, you think about Brock came in and just think if he was getting the same treatment.
Yeah.
What people was going with? I ain't gonna go his inauguration because they letting that first nigger president come in there.
Oh, yeah.
What if that was? What are people just shouting that out, man? Because we know social media now.
50
Social
people
media
don't come 'cause of
is just is explosive in this
every
hour.
Every day, 50 people don't come because of that.
You know, and social media has a way of galvanizing and pushing stuff. So, you know, Trump is feeling the power of social media and all other shit that's going on. And Facebook keeps letting people just hammering Trump. All on Facebook, all on social media.
And this is what I want to say too. I'm glad you said that.
Facebook is hammering.
It made me remember something. How they can stop me and can't stop that? See, they want it.
Yeah, the pockets of people putting that shit out those deep. Occupy Democrats putting out a lot of that shit. So you got Soros funded shit on Facebook. Man, Zuckerberg good friends. He throwing money. They gonna throw money. They gonna let shit go on. People pay. People pay. You get some of their shit on. Don't give a fuck.
And I ain't gonna lie though. They keep telling me.
And you know they go on there. They see your pictures. They think I'm Democrat because I'm black. They just push it on there. And I'm gonna start unliking a lot of it.
Yeah, do what you feel.
I'm gonna start unliking it.
You did let them know one thing. I got an opinion too, you bitch. You better tell your bullshit.
Because they put that what it says. Say look, it says. So if you start off with such intense hostility that you don't call it racial, it's hard to know what to call it. Stupid, he says. I would think it's reasonable for African Americans to say he should have done more, but they are all still wrong because there's very little he could do. Probably the biggest mistake is if he thought he could do more. Okay, so well then quit hyping off as the best motherfucker since. But see, but what happens is, we're sitting out. You see, people won't ever read deep into. Most people, I'm gonna tell you, man. The average. I clock out. The average. No, 3:30. The average motherfucker. That's on Facebook, man. You might have one, maybe two out of the people that really will go in depth on something, and then you can see based on the writing how much they into what they say. Because if they write a lot about the shit, they did some homework, and you can see the motherfuckers passionate. But the average motherfucker ain't that passionate. They won't dig into shit. Even if a motherfucker puts something on something, I'm still looking for my motherfucking self, just so I can get a better understanding. Because I don't give a fuck what you say about something. It's what I say about it at the end that counts. I mean, that's the really fucking word of your life. It don't matter what someone else say. It matter what you say on the motherfucker. Because what another motherfucker says on a topic, and you really don't know a lot about that topic, you need to study that shit for your motherfucking self. I don't like politics, man. I just see how fucked up in the last 8 years. I see the great divide, how they want to always keep it that way. The more polarized, they say, oh, we're polarized on this shit. We're just opposite. We opposite on this motherfucking Trump, and that's really what it is right now. You got some that see, you know, like Jim Brown came on, Republican Lewis, do the march with Martin Luther King and got whacked on the head, police sticks and all that shit. You know, he come and said he calling Trump, he's not legitimate. He's not a legitimate president. And Jim Brown came and said, man, what you did was great, da-da-da-da-da, civil rights, man, much respect, da-da-da-da-da, but you're crying like a baby. See, you're crying like a sore loser.
A lot of them are.
I ain't gonna go there. I watch some black people, one like black woman, just Maxine Watts. She's a congresswoman from state of California, and she know they're looking like an old grandmother. I'm not gonna go. I don't believe him. She had that face. I said, go ahead, Granny. I'm looking at my fucking your old ass all cracked up. You know, you ain't getting enough sex and something, yo. But yo, when women get older, they can get real cranky.
Yeah,
because they know and very emotional. You know what I mean? Woman is getting it was, you know, she ain't I'm not gonna attend that. I'm still just saying, man, yo, let's don't go attend then.
Nah, everybody got
if I get your old ass, I'm not gonna be there. So you ain't gonna support. Well, you ain't gonna. Well, you gonna need to get shit done. Look.
And sooner or later they gonna go kiss ass. That's how they gonna go. Gonna talk all that shit right now. Next thing you know they gonna go kiss ass.
Obama and his supporters do offer a list of comments pointing to policies that he helped all Americans and is doing so improve the lives of minorities. The Affordable Care Act. Let health care over some 20 million Americans, including 4 million, about 3 million Hispanics, according to the federal study. However, its fate is uncertain because of Trump's vow to repeal it. Now. That you know, so many people got signed on. How many people are still able to afford it? How many people are paying the premiums every month? You know, if it's not coming out of payroll deduction from a job, and say you're got an individual policy, man, it's hard to pay an individual policy, man. You gotta have your budget tight and right. And I guarantee you, there's like with any bill motherfucking have, when you got a lot of minorities, and some of the bills ain't getting paid on time. It's not, John. That's not knock. It's just reality. I worked in the insurance business with minorities. That's my clientele. Bro, collecting money for their insurance was like pulling teeth from some of them motherfuckers, brother. I'm serious. And I worked in that motherfucker 12 years. I dealt with black folks for 12 motherfucking years in different motherfucking counties all over the Gulf Coast. Shit. Can't tell me I'm nothing about niggas and how they pay premiums on insurance. And that's all that is, a bill, John. It's a bill. And insurance ain't cheap. It's 3-figure money. Monthly. It ain't $50, $60, $70. It's $100 plus. And some folks paying $300 and $400 a month for health insurance. This is affordable. It's affordable, and you know we're gonna cater the policy to you, man. And you can't put like this. The way most countries really keep it, you know, England get free, Canada you get free. You get hurt, you go in, they fix up.
A lot of stuff that we use, they don't use no more.
In England, non-GMO, they have you on that. I mean, they got people got free medical. You go in there, you get stuff fixed up. You know, even pregnancy, man. Go pregnant, baby.
What they doing is, bro, they find out all the stuff that they putting in, everything they use in the hospital, they fucking people up.
And then it says, on the criminal justice, Obama pushed the law that reduced disparities between mandatory crack and powder cocaine sentences that had blacks behind bars longer than whites, and commuted the sentence of nearly 1,200 federal inmates, almost all of whom were incarcerated for nonviolent drug crimes. Obama focused, 1,200 federal inmates in 8 years. That comes to about 13, 14, 15, 10, that's 812. That's 14. He got 14 folks a year doing his shit. Yeah, he really is. Yeah, when you take it, because he did most of that at the end of that shit. He wouldn't come up in there Me motherfucker since it's his first year up in that motherfucker. Hell no. He would lost 12. He would have got me.
He wouldn't let no time.
Hell no.
First thing they would say, this nigga releasing people, wham, gotta wrap that.
Is Obama's focus is very bright light on how unfair systematic criminal justice is, says Thread, public defender. He doesn't need to beat a drum and say those people are there because of institutional racism. He did something about it. The Justice Department under Eric Holder and Letta Lynch also focused on civil rights violations in law enforcement, leading to the agreement with 18 agencies that resulted in reforms. Obama nominated Sonia Sotomayor, the first Latina on the U.S. Supreme Court. I guess we already got a nigga on there. We had one nigga. We got Clarence Thomas, the black white nigga on there, but he's conservative. He's on it. So you done met your black male, met your black qualification. You got one black dude, and they were saying she had a black female. They got this Mexican girl up in there. She in there for life, And more than 100 minority judges were added to the federal bench, according to the Pew Research. The president also created My Brother's Keeper and expanded opportunity for young boys and men of color, a program in some 250 communities. There have been disappointments as well. The House refused to consider immigration reform, and so Obama used his executive power to temporarily halt the deportation of 1.5 million people brought here illegally as children. He's also preventing him from expanding the others. Says Gaby Castillo, an immigration lawyer in New York, if I had these unrealistic expectations that all these changes would come and there would be no opposition to it, it was going to be this glorious initial first 4 years. Other points to the yawning income gap that has left some African Americans in the bottom of the economic ladder. Arthur Tappert Coast urged in 2013 in Atlantic that Obama administration aggressively enough in dealing with foreclosure crisis which devastated African Americans. He characterized the present work on housing segregation as run-of-the-mill. Here's a professor at Columbia University says Obama didn't sufficiently address the persistence of racial inequality and champion the causes of other constituents, such as the LGBT community, more than the African. So he's saying he did more for the causes of the LGBT community than the African Americans. Of course, he gay. Fuck, come on, man. In 8 years, yes, this is the best you can do. Boy, sometimes you have to speak up about what's going on. Constance Malcolm, whose unnamed son was killed by police on a disappointed Obama. For Obama, just talking about race has always meant walking rhetorical tightrope. You got a white mom and gave a white folk. What you expect? He's been criticized as too strident and too timid, too slow to react, and too fast to make a judgment. Some white critics accused the president of taking sides when he said Trayvon Martin, the black teen killed neighbor, Watch could have been his son. White critics didn't say no shit about that. Black folks said something about that shit. They was in there and said white motherfuckers said something about him saying that shit. That's the bullshit that keeps bullshit consistently bullshit. Now, I mean, if one white critic said something about it, that don't mean all white folks were saying that about that shit. White people always want to put some division. Yeah, some black advocates insist Obama should have been more outspoken in announcing police killings of African Americans in Ferguson, Missouri, and elsewhere. Why? I'm asking myself why. I mean, cause look, I spend with niggas and getting killed on fucked up shit. I got a motherfucking country to run. I can't be dealing with niggas all the motherfucking time. You motherfuckers, see, this is where.
The good news is we have a buyer. The bad news is he wants the goods dropped at different locations. We got everything loaded and ready. Take it to the different points on your GPS and we'll get paid.
You can call in the motherfucking Army Reserves and all other motherfuckers to take tight shit up shit, man. Shit, niggas just got, man. Let me tell you something, man. I'm tired of niggas. Just really, truly, because I'm black. So I'm sick and tired of us as a people thinking we so motherfucking victimized until we can't do nothing. I don't see shackles. I don't got shackles on my hands, feet. This other motherfuckers. You don't have no shackles, man. Shackles is on motherfuckers' mind. That's what most people just fucked up. You shackled in your motherfucking brain, man. If you think you can't make it, but you know, environment and upbringing, because everybody just don't get to a level where they get conscious about themselves because the programming that they've been dealing with for whatever amount of years got a lot of people that's really fucked up. I mean, and some people can't, they stay stuck on stupid, don't want to come off. Once it goes stupid, I can't come off stupid. Stupid just look good to me, man. Stupid, from while people and shit, stupid look good. It's just how I just say, man. Because they live in dysfunctional. And dysfunctional don't seem bad to them because this is just where I make it, man. I don't make it, man. Fuck this shit. Now, I don't hear all that shit like you put them niggas on the game. I just want to get on this game for about 2-3 hours and just kill motherfuckers. That's what I want to do, man. Fuck. I don't hear no shit.
Shut up, man. I want to talk to you.
I be laughing at some of them kids. I be laughing at some people talk to. So one of the videos that suffer in the flag, especially some whites accused. Okay. On one hand, said Cleaver, the president suffered from an inflated expectation on the part of African Americans. On the other side, you have people who have a magnifying glass out looking for a statement that would allow them to say he's an A card carrying member of the Black Panther. Cleaver said Obama's style has been calm and deliberative. He's the most careful African American in a leadership position I've ever been around. Dyson argued in the New York Times opted Obama's reluctance to address race had significant political ramifications. If Obama had spoken more forcefully on race, he thought, it might have blunted some of the bigotry that helped fuel Trump's ascend. Good observation. Good observation. Said in recent years, as tension worsened between law enforcement and communities of color, the president grew more vocal, but still tried to strike a balance when addressing racial conflict. At a memorial for 5 slain Dallas police officers last summer, he noted the fears many African Americans had of law enforcement, but also the dangers of officers routinely face at work. We wonder if an African American community that feels unfairly targeted by police or police departments, that feel unfairly maligned for doing their jobs, can even understand each other's experiences. That, boy, I tell you what, man, I don't live in a city, man, and I don't know why am just thinking, man, you take a job in a dangerous city or police, matter of fact, any city, or police force. Why? I mean, why?
Cause it's like you said, what change can you possibly do?
Because what day you gonna be out there? You got there 1 month or so. I'm gonna kill a cop.
I'm gonna kill him.
I'm gonna kill me a cop.
Kill him right there. I'm gonna kill him.
Because I don't like police.
I'm gonna kill him.
And in big city, everybody don't like. There's a lot of people don't like police. Don't like.
We don't like them until we need them. That's
you know, man, I don't have no problem.
I can tell you don't really like them until you need them.
But I try to, because as I become more conscious and aware of just life and everything, everybody won't live. He won't live too.
Yep.
And so, why put a human being in a position to have to do something when you understand the law? If I'm smoking weed, or if I'm doing something fucked up, I'm in a car, I'm carrying weapons, I'm doing fucked up shit, and a policeman run up on me, man, that's the real of that shit, man.
Go back.
And there's just, so if I'm just smoking weed, if he smoke weed, I'm gonna cooperate. I smoked a joint. Me and my boy one night, we stepped years ago. This man, I smell everything. Said, man, we smoked a joint, da 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 da. You got any more weed in the car? I'm gonna tear this motherfucker up if you don't. And he didn't find the joint, but he smelled it. He didn't find no more weed, so he ran. I'm just gonna run line check on you. If you don't have no, Nobody got any motherfucking warrants? You all can go. My boy had a warrant. Fuck. You know how to go get him, but I mean, I'm just saying. We could have said fought and talked shit, but we were busted. I ain't just man, he smelled weed.
How you about to fess up?
See, yeah, man, we just smoked a joint.
Sometimes it's better to fess up.
And so he said, I'm gonna run a check. He said, got any more weed? I'm gonna tear this car. I said, man, we don't have no more weed on us, man. There's no more weed. You checked everything, man, and hey, look. We didn't talk crazy to him. We didn't go off on him. We in Dallas, Texas. That's a city. You know, that's a big city. So you can't be stupid. And we lived in there we lived in, man, they're called Oaklawn. Oaklawn was known for being the gay area of Dallas. But the rent was cheap. Oaklawn and Mockingbird Lane. Mockingbird Lane, go all the way to LovE Airport. And that's where the hooker stroll. You got the hooker stroll up there, right there, Mockingbird and Harry Hines. It's the hooker stroll. It's Mockingbird's long lane, but run right straight into Oaklawn. And then from Oaklawn, we was like, my brother worked downtown, I worked downtown. We was like 15, we was about 10-minute drive from downtown. So it was we just straight out of college into the city, man. We gazing about us and that motherfucker. You know, cheap rent, man. Rent was cheap. Nice place too. Nice place to live. Lived about a year and a half, man. But shit. And man, you know, I just believe life is what you make it, man. You know, like I told you, man, find somebody that you can love, man, and just make something happen with that, man. That's
go off into the sunset.
Boy, man. You know, I mean, like I said, I think about 20 years of marriage, bro. It was cool while it lasted. It wasn't what I wanted, but I did what I had to do. But you know, you get to a point, and you know, I was pursuing in 08. This motherfucker just got in when I got that first apartment. I gave her a key, man. She come out on the weekend. That shit lasted. I mean, you know. We've been for a minute, man. And I was just telling him last night. I said, we're acting just like white people. I said, wait, the way we coming at this dude, man, he absolutely hasn't done anything. He said some words. I said, you all are mad at him because you think his ideology. A lot of times people say things, but that man got a heart, man. That's just not.
That man want to change something. That man want to be Superman.
That's not evil, man. I don't think he want to be remembered somebody to come in and fuck shit up. I think he really want to try to make things.
That boy won't be seen.
I just want to see, man. You know, and I'm gonna give him a 10. I'm like, you know, but the incoming president hasn't really done anything to foster a good feeling. He's made like, yeah, we're leaving. You know, y'all need to be sad. Yeah, 4 more years, and he be grinning. He love when they go that 4 more years shit. This said, we wonder if the African American community can feel unfairly targeted by police and police departments that feel unfairly maligned for doing their jobs. Can even understand each other's experience. He said, that kind of message doesn't satisfy Constance Malcolm, a Jamaican immigrant who supported Obama in 08. Her frustration was deeply personal. Her 18-year-old son, Lamarley Graham, was fatally shot by a New York City police officer in 2012. In the bathroom of her apartment. Police had followed Graham, thinking he was armed. He was killed when he tried to flush some marijuana down the toilet. The officer, who was not prosecuted, said he thought Graham was reaching for a gun. Damn. Malcolm said
he's talking about marijuana.
He had hoped Obama would have been bolder in addressing police treatment of young black men. I understand sometimes it's a political thing, she says, but sometimes you have to break the barrier and speak about what's going on. Alcia Garza, co-founder of Black Law Lord, co-founder of Black Lives Matter, also thinks Obama has been more inclined to preach consensus rather than highlighting justice. Shut the fuck up. He approached, she said she has been, let's bring all sides together. This is still the greatest country in the world. Ultimately, cooler heads need to prevail so we can come. So that's that bitch all up in, what's his face? Remember when that motherfucker was up there trying to, when Bernie was up there in that bitch, that's that little, yeah, little biracial looking motherfucker. Last name, Alicia Garland, little chunky monkey, frustrated lesbo. Yeah.
Wish he had a dick.
Yeah. What's really disappointing and frustrating is that essentially assumes that there is an even and level playing field between black communities and law enforcement. My election did not create a post-racial society, Barack Obama. 8 years ago, it seems America had turned to page a black president of the nation scared by slavery and Jim Crow. Eight years ago, it seemed America had turned the page. A black president in a nation scarred by slavery and Jim Crow. My people were scarred by that. I wasn't scarred. And I can say that. I know my mother and father was scarred by it because they grew up in it. They, you know, my dad hiding in the field, Ku Klux Klan, he and his boy hiding in the field for hours. If they moved at that route, they'd probably hung them boys. Because it's find two niggas. We got two niggas here, we can complete this motherfucker. Yeah. My parents felt the sting of that shit. My dad went to the military in 1951. They integrated the military 1948-49. So he went to the military, had just been integrated. I know he felt it. They grew up in Jim Crow South. So they were scarred. But it said here, a nation scarred. A nation means people, a people. My people were scarred by that. I wasn't scarred though. That's why I wasn't scarred. Somebody called me a fucked up, well, I can fight. And I wouldn't have to worry about getting locked up. A white boy called me nigga, I can fight. You know what I mean? There was time a white boy called you nigga, you had to take that shit, dog. You know what I mean? You know, nigger. What you gonna do, nigger? In fact, my parents grew up, man. Better know where you are, nigger. The euphoria that was measured, public opinion, New York Times poll 2009 found 66% of Americans regarded race relations generally good. Last summer, the poll found 69% of Americans believe race relations were mostly bad. Woo! 09 to 66% was great. Boy, 69% said race relations were mostly bad. Boy, let me say something about that propaganda, about that bullshit. I ain't seen no motherfucking difference, man. Really? Just think about it. I don't know where motherfuckers been living. I can go in any store. I can go check out. I can go any motherfucking place. I'm going to go restaurants anywhere. I ain't seen honkies fucking with no niggas. Most likely I ain't see it.
I ain't got to go high line nothing.
But this is 69 motherfucking % of Americans believe. I say 69% of Americans that were polled in one particular poll. You feel me? I wasn't in that motherfucking poll.
Me neither. I said that. I don't know what you're talking about.
The dramatic turnout followed a year beset by racial charge incidents, including the death of Freddie Gray, a motherfucking drug dealer. That's what he was in Baltimore. While in police custody, and massacre and the massacre of 9 black worshipers by a white man at South Carolina church. Isolated incident, a cracker that was trying to make a name, you know, could have been sent by that fucking BI to cause some racial shit. I mean, you know, I don't know. Dylan Roof. Why did you take that motherfucking cheeseburger at Burger King. Why did take him? Why would you take a motherfucker and get him a Burger King?
Like I just said, that was the plot.
You know what I mean? I was gonna take this boy and give him a sandwich.
Because after doing something like that, you know, you don't get a
It take nothing to get him shit.
Give you a shit sandwich.
Boy, then said, recent surveys have shown huge gaps in how blacks and white view race. In a June poll, this is a Pew poll, Pew Research Center, nearly 9 in 10 blacks, 88%, say the nation needed to continue making change for blacks to have equal rights with whites. For whites, the number is substantially lower at 53%. The divide was even stark when it came to Obama. 51% of blacks. Yeah. God damn, I hate when they move fast. 51% of blacks said Obama had made progress toward improving race relations, compared with 28% of whites. The proposal also found 32% of whites blamed Obama for making race relations worse compared to 5%. I believe that. I believe he made it worse. I believe he made it worse. I really do. Yeah, especially when it came time to this motherfucking election.
And there ain't no big impact. There ain't made no change.
He made a mixer. Yeah. In his final weeks in office, Obama addressed racism, maintaining in a CNN interview that it wasn't a major component in the GOP opposition to his agenda, but he said it was a factor for some Americans. Are there folks whose primary concern about me has been that I seem foreign to others? Are those who campaign the birther movement feeding off of bias? See, he built that motherfucker, the birther movement. As he told CNN, some historians believe Obama's race will ultimately matter less than his record. He will be measured by Obamacare, how he handled the staggering financial mess he inherited, and advances in gay rights, says President historian Kevin Cruz.
He inherited.
The View has supported in Pew poll last month. About 35% of those surveyed believe Obama will be remembered for his health care legislation, double those who said it would be for being the first black president. Kerr also said Obama stayed true to his promise to be colorblind. He really tried to be a president for all people. And Hindsight Harris, that as a failed strategy, how can you be colorblind in an increasingly racially polarized nation, he asked. Harris said there's no simple Obama narrative. Though in 2016, votes were partly a repudiation of the president, he also knows Obama approval rating have been strong as he prepares to leave office. He's already made his mark, he says. I call it the black counterlot. You have a wonderful black family in the White House. The dreams of generations of African Americans have been realized. He's also a hero to African American community, Harris says. He's demonstrated leadership when there was a lot of opposition. He stood his ground, stayed the course, and the people saw him as being above the fray. That will be the lasting legacy of Obama. So this bitch is Sharon Cohen, Chicago-based national writer, can be reached on Cohen Twitter, showing her work can be found on Big Story at blah 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 blah. See what this bitch is. Shit. Bet she's a white girl. Bet she's a white girl. I bet she's a white girl. And then put a picture up, bitch. She got 100 followers, 12 followers. She got 2 likes. Joanna, she been in this shit for 2015. And you only got 100 motherfuckers following you? God damn. Yeah, so motherfuckers, man, boy, I tell you, He's done a good job of fucking fuck up. I mean, look at me put like this. He played his. When you look at nothing he did politically, but as far as presenting himself, the shit, that motherfucker straight up Academy Award, dog. Him himself, you gave them motherfuckers an Oscar for that 8 years they done. Oscar Award, bro. Black people hook, line, singing.
Oscar winners, dog.
All the way, bro.
Get him.
They get it, brother. They get the motherfucker, brother. Absolutely. That motherfucker shit. I think of all the presidents, that motherfucker used the system, played the system. He and Michelle, he and Michael.
Yeah, he and Michael talked to Corbin.
Love it, man. Yeah. People love that motherfucker, dog. Boy. He and Michelle did the damn thing, bro.
Yeah, they did the damn thing.
They did the damn thing, bro. Woo! They got people bought them. Oh, they love Obama. Oh, Barack Hussein Obama.
I bought you that. He can't do nothing wrong.
Oh, he can't do wrong, man.
Give him a pad.
Obama?
Give him a pad because he got there.
Woo!
Just give him a pad because he got there.
Oh! Just because he's black, hey, fuck it, hey, he black, fuck it.
He got there, that's all.
That's all they got for, hey, he black, man.
He black, he got there.
God damn. Love some obesity. Love some obesity.
Like you said, ain't do nothing for old
Oh.
Every day ain't do nothing for old cheesy. But they love their obesity.
Oh, boy. Barack Hussein Obama, man. You did this shit, dog. Academy Award, bro. Michelle gonna get $12 million for her boy. He probably get he gonna get a record for his memoirs. She gonna get $12 million. The most women got for their memoirs. She get 12. They already said she get 12. Shit. I'll probably get about 50 mil for his, bro. His memoir's gonna be a record. I'm gonna get that shit.
You gonna get how much? Like that.
Huh?
And get millions like that.
Yeah, man.
Man, that motherfucker, boy, they come. He ain't do nothing for the black people race, boy.
Man. See, the people that white people shit was tight. White people shit didn't lose shit. You don't see the way you don't see no violent protest. He set that gay shit up. That was perfect for them. You know there's a lot of gay motherfuckers that was on board with that shit, man. That for some people. That was the shit legislation. That's all they cared about him doing, really.
No.
I'm serious, man.
It was like that's what he was put there to do.
He made that twist. That was his major. See, if you tell anybody this shit, this is the only shit you can tell people to really understand the truth. And my boy Chris told me, he said, he was disgusted. Yeah, he'll be the gay president. He'll be the one pass that gay shit. They know that. They say he'll do a great job on it, and he did it. I mean, it's a fucking distraction, but that's all he wants, distraction. You know, he did it. And, you know, he's been so, he's special in this. Man, fuck him, gay ass.
First black, the first closet, the first gay president. You think with a tranny as a wife? You think and gonna say it with a tranny as a wife? That's gonna be some fucked up Vegas to go off. Oh yeah, it's done. It's done.
I'll bet you'll be ready to use that the second you get out the door. Trying to really back on. You don't be entertained. Was a friend of mine. Let's get to work. Look at me, Mama. Printing license plates for a living. recognize it.
Okay, after what we've put into this one, we don't want it to go wrong. Take the car to the sale, and if another crew comes after it, do everything you can to stop them.
Shame to even know that you got people sleeping on the fucking street.
saved up some more ammunition rewards points. You need a receipt for taxes?
This is huge. We got a sale. Great job out there.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride? Okay, I got stuff to do.
LJT here. You heard the expression, money doesn't grow on trees? Well, it doesn't grow in your money factory either. They're out of supplies, so head over there. How about this? The supplies we need just got confiscated by the cops. Attract some police attention, and the patrol should bring them right to you.
Calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. It's on the way.
In the name of authenticity, you're gonna need some authentic supplies. That means hitting actual Lisa branches, okay? And when you've got what we need, bring it back. They got it. We're all good. LJT, logging out. We've hired one of our rivals guys to come with the supplies and do some work on the equipment. Pick him up and bring him in.
Where'd it go? For fuck's sake! Hammer him down! He's hurt! Get low!
Resupply successful, long john out.
Because this fundamentally affects our whole. Notion of the origins of civilization, and that's really why I've written Magicians of the Gods, together with evidence from many amazing archaeological sites that are in themselves rewriting history.
How much of the realization of this very unusual kind of thinking came because you used source engines?
You know, I actually, it's a good question. But in fact, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, which was between 1993 and 1995, I wasn't using hallucinogens at all. I was using cannabis. I wrote the whole of Fingerprints of the Gods under the influence of cannabis. But later on,
unlike almost every other author who never used.
There's the boss.
No, I think pot actually did play a part in loosening up my thinking, and it didn't demotivate me. I was able to do those 16-hour days. I just did them stoned.
But the right strain will increase alpha brainwaves quite a bit, and that does help with creativity.
Yeah,
that's science.
Well,
that's not.
I have evidence of that in my own life. But no, I hadn't taken psychedelics. In fact, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I had only had one psychedelic journey in my whole life, and that had happened many years earlier, in 1974, when I took LSD at a festival. It was an amazing experience, memorable, but at the time I didn't feel like continuing with that, and it wasn't until many years later, in fact, until 2003, when I was 53 years old, which was 8 years after Fingerprints of the Gods was published, that I started to work with psychedelics in a major way. And initially, I did that as a research project. I was writing a book about the mysterious origins of consciousness. And it became necessary for me to have these experiences. I was intrigued by the phenomenon of cave art around the world, and how this rock and cave art manifests very similar themes in whichever culture is creating it. And then I found that the explanation for this is that the artists were shamans, and that they were depicting experiences, visionary experiences in altered states of consciousness. And as a boots-on-the-ground journalist, I had to go have those experiences if I was going to write authentically about this. So I got on a plane, went down to the Amazon, and spent 5 weeks. My first ayahuasca sessions were all in the Amazon, drinking ayahuasca with the shamans, and seeing what they see and learning what they know. Because they, just like the ancient cave artists, paint their visions after they've had the visionary experience. So it was a project for me. But then it became much more than that. Because ayahuasca, as you rightly say, changes lives. And it changed my life, and it caused me to question myself and how I behaved in the world and my impact upon the world and upon individuals closely. And it really gave me a huge kick up the ass and taught me that I need to change my behavior. I need to become a more nurturing, more positive, more loving person. And this was a very valuable experience to me, and I feel ayahuasca is a school, and that's why I've continued to work with ayahuasca in the 14 years since my first experiences, way back in 2003, 13, 14 years ago. I tried to drink ayahuasca every year.
It's a great idea to set that in your New Year's resolutions.
I've sent the collection point to your GPS. Make the pickup and bring the goods to the warehouse. Should be straightforward.
You don't need to drink me anymore. And there is that famous saying, wasn't Timothy Leary, with psychedelics, when you've got the message, hang up the phone.
It's a great quote. But so you're a fan of conspiracy theories?
No, I'm not a fan of conspiracy theories at all. Okay. I'm not into conspiracy theories, and I don't write about conspiracy theories, which doesn't mean that I don't think that there is a control structure and a power structure in our society that has vested interests in keeping us asleep.
That's actually a very accurate language, and I appreciate you correcting me. The reason that I'm bringing that up is there is a group of people who would say that hallucinogens themselves are part of the mind control, MK Ultra, CIA kind of thing.
Yeah, I've heard that bullshit. They say that about the late great Terence McKenna. Oh yeah, he was supposed to be some kind of agent. I mean, only people with an absolute tin ear and no sense of humor could listen to what Terence said and construe from that he was some kind of government agent. Actually, what he claimed to be was an agent of the mushrooms. He claimed to be the emissary of the mushrooms here on Earth, of the intelligence of the mushrooms. That he was their emissary, and for a while their PR man. That's what Terence was saying. He wasn't saying these words, but that has been twisted out of context because there's a lot of sick people want to believe just anything without thinking it through.
I can say that I'm not a fan of direct experience, and my experience with those things is that I don't really care whether someone tried to misuse them, which I guarantee you bad people try to misuse hallucinogens probably since they were first created. It doesn't really matter. They do what they do.
They do what they do. Yeah. They have their own agenda. I mean, the CIA or the FBI or whatever set of issues you like could get hold of this stuff and start giving it to people, but what they're going to do is the stuff itself is so subversive that it's going to completely undermine in every possible way. This is the intelligence of the planet that's speaking to us.
So I suppose it's possible that if you were doing some other traumatic things to someone, hallucinogens, you could do something like that, but I don't want our whole conversation to go in that direction. But
no, and that would be, if somebody does something really bad under hallucinogens, that's latent within them, just as if they do something good, but then the hallucinogens may be a vehicle for manifesting, but it's in you, it's not in the substance. I don't deal with haptics. I don't deal with Charles Haptic at all. That's fingerprint design. That's 20 years ago. That's one of the theories that I looked at when it was obvious to me that there had been a global haptic. And I considered a number of possibilities, and one of them was the theory of Earth-crust displacement put forward by Charles Haptic. And back in 1995, we did not have the evidence we have now, which indeed is of a global cataclysm in exactly the window that I said in fingerprints there have been a global cataclysm, but now we have the signs. We know that we were hit by fragments of the giant comet, that the impacts were primarily on the North American ice cap. However, it was a global cataclysm. It also affected Europe. It affected as far east as Syria. It coincided with the extinction of a huge number of animals eaten, particularly the megafauna, the mammoths and the woolly rhinos and so on. It was truly an extinction level event on a scale of the extinction level event that destroyed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. These extinction level events are really, really important. They wipe the slate clean. Everything that was before gets thrown away. Something new begins. So the dinosaurs, after the asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago, they kind of evolved into chickens, you know, and at the same time, there was a little mammal on the planet that looked like a shrew going nowhere. But once the dinosaurs were cleared out of the way, that mammal began to evolve, and eventually it became us. So these are world-changing events, and the discovery of just such a world-changing event, just 12,800 years ago, in the foundations of history, has to change everything about history, and has to add credibility to the myths and traditions of the continent-wide wildfire, floods, or of a great advanced civilization in the form of golden age that was destroyed in this cataclysm. Archaeology's been able to dismiss all that now, but now that we have the evidence for a global cataclysm in exactly that window, archaeology cannot do so anymore, and this is very, very, very important information. The cataclysm unfolded between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. There was a massive rise in sea level and a plunge of global temperatures 12,800 years ago. And then a second event switched all that round 11,600 years ago, and global temperatures shot up, but again it was accompanied by flooding. And both events were caused by comet impact. Comets break up into multiple fragments. Some of them stay aloft, and some of them hit the Earth 12,800, and some more hit it 11,600 years ago. And these interfered with the global climate massively. Now it's interesting that 11,600 years ago is exactly the date for the foundation of an extraordinary megalithic site in Turkey called Göbekli Tepe. Have you got a picture of Stonehenge in your mind? Of course. Imagine that multiplied by 50. That's Göbekli Tepe. Except Göbekli Tepe is 6,000 years older than Stonehenge. And there is no precedent for it whatsoever. It comes out of nowhere, with no background. And the fairy tale archaeologists are telling about Göbekli Tepe at the moment, because it's really thrown them curveballs. The fairy tale they're telling about it at the moment, it goes roughly like this. That one morning, a group of hunter-gatherers in Turkey, a group of nomadic hunter-gatherers in Turkey, woke up with a kind of divine inspiration, and equipped with all the skills and knowledge to organize a large labor force in a place with no water, and to create a megalithic site 50 times larger than Stonehenge, with perfect astronomical alignments. These hunter-gatherers are supposed to have just suddenly known how to do them, with no background whatsoever. And at the same moment, 11,600 years ago, in the same area, we get a rapid spread of agricultural knowledge. Suddenly agriculture appears. Previously, they were hunter-gatherers. This does not look to me like a sudden inspired invention by a group of hunter-gatherers. This looks to me like a classic transfer of technology, that the survivors of a lost civilization who already knew how to do this stuff settled in Turkey and transferred their skills, transferred their knowledge to the local population, and set in motion the process that eventually leads to us here today.
Wow, so you think that the survivors of the cataclysm, how would they have survived this? I mean, we're talking about spaceship level?
No, I don't think we're talking spaceship level. I have nothing against aliens, by the way. I just don't know. I've met many of them under the influence of ayahuasca. The modern UFO phenomenon, by the way, I mean, we don't really know what it is. Certainly there's a phenomenon. Many people assume that it's high-tech alien visitors coming here in spaceships, but I don't know. They could be visitors from other dimensions. We don't know what they are. There's a phenomenon, but exactly what's going on is not clear. I haven't ever seen anything in any of the archaeological sites it's been my privilege to explore over the last quarter of a century that I could only explain with some kind of alien intervention. I mean, if you've got the technology to cross interstellar space, you are going to get your Great Pyramid aligned perfectly to true north, not 3/60ths of a single degree off true north. So I would say that what we're looking at in these sites is human workmanship, but on a scale and at a level far beyond that is accounted for by mainstream history. I don't think they were flying to the moon. I don't think they had spacecrafts, but I think we are looking at an advanced civilization which had certainly achieved a level of technology more than 12,000 years ago that would be equivalent to the technology of our civilization, perhaps in the early 19th century. They mapped the world, for example. They explored the world. I think they had ships, and the traditions that are left suggest that when often it's referred to as the homeland of the gods, and often it's described as an island, that when it was destroyed, when it was submerged beneath the waves, some of its people were at sea. They were still, and that's why they said. And when they returned to the locus of their homeland, they found it gone, just mud in the water. And their project then became to resurrect or reincarnate or remake the lost world of gods. And they settled in places like Egypt and Turkey and as far afield as Peru and Bolivia, and they started civilization again. So what we're seeing, what we think of as the origins of civilization, is actually the reinitiation, the restarting of a former civilization.
Okay. This is an implausible argument. There's probably a bunch of naysayers who say, oh, it's entirely impossible to never be. But I don't find anything that's offensive or shocking about this.
I hope not. And I've tried to, what I've done in the book, my job as a writer is to write a book, obviously, that doesn't bore people and send them to sleep. I'm trying to, it's important to write a readable book. But within that frame, I have made the most determined effort to present to the reader the absolute latest science and the latest discoveries in this field. And I believe that science and those discoveries revolutionize our view of history. It's not me that's revolutionizing our view of history. I'm simply reporting what's already going on, but which is not really getting out into the public domain in a big way, and which has not yet been taken into account by archaeology. I think that's going to change.
House, a business, and you itemize? It's gonna cost a boat.
Not really. With Tax Act, I lock in my price when I start my return, and it never goes up even if I wait to file.
So you got someone massaging the numbers for you?
No, the numbers are fixed.
Price fixed. I want in.
On what?
The action. Price lock guarantee. Smart tax advantages for up to 70% less than TurboTax and H&R Block. Tax Act. A system to beat the system.
Into account by archaeology. I think that's going to change.
You talk a lot about maps in your books, and especially some ancient ones, like ways we find longitude, and we have like a 1538. This is the year 1538 when they were sending a Mercator projection map. What's your theory about how we had all these very accurate maps? These all came as hand-me-downs from an older civilization that was seafaring?
Yeah, you've got it. Roughly that. And why? Because on some of the maps, the map maker in their own handwriting have stated that the map was based on much older source maps, which had fallen apart. In the case of the famous Piri Reis map, for example, Piri Reis was a Turkish admiral, drew his map in around 1513, and he tells us kindly in his own handwriting on the map that he used 100 source maps that were so ancient that they were falling apart. And he theorized that those maps had come from the lost library of Alexandria in Egypt, that they had been extracted from the Library of Alexandria before it was burnt down. And so what he's presenting us with in his map is a compilation of older source maps that have come down goodness knows from when. Then when we start to look at the details of his map, and many maps drawn in that period from these older source maps, we find that they're showing the world as it looked during the Ice Age, not as it looks today. They're showing the world with sea levels much lower than they are today. So land masses are joined together, which are now islands. For example, Indonesia, the Malaysian peninsula, and the Indonesian islands as we know them today look completely different before 12,000 years ago. This was a huge continent-sized, massive landmass, and that is reflected on many ancient maps. Antarctica appears on many of these ancient maps, yet our civilization did not discover Antarctica until the year 1818. So to find it on maps drawn in 1500, based on much older source maps, is truly puzzling. It has to open the mind and make us wonder what's going on here, because there is evidence that somebody was mapping the world with a very high degree of accuracy. You see, we can do latitudes, anybody can do latitudes, but doing accurate longitudes is really quite a technological feat. And it wasn't until the early 1800s, the late 1700s, that our civilization was able to do that. You need to have an accurate timepiece, a chronometer that will tell you the time at the port you left from, and you can compare it with the local noon. And then you can do longitude. It's a technological achievement. So to find longitude, accurate longitude, as good as any modern map from these ancient maps, has to alert us to the possibility that we've lost the civilization.
It doesn't seem irrational to me. And there's an underlying thought process here that says, like, we have a theory. When you find something that breaks the theory, then one of two things will happen. One is that something doesn't exist or is not what you think it is, or the theory is wrong. But the traditional human drive is to say, that thing is wrong. Even if you can't say it's wrong, but there's a map that should not exist. If the map exists, the story is false. Or at least the story is partially false.
Yeah, we need to look at it again, at least. This is the problem, is one of the problems I have with archaeology. But, you know, in ideal scientific work, when we find new facts that are not explained by the existing theory, we should be adjusting the existing theory. We should not be throwing away the new facts. And unfortunately, the existing theory in archaeology is so dominant and so existentially tied up with the feeling of the individuals who hold it. In other words, an attack on that theory becomes an attack on their persons. That it's very difficult to let go of the theory. And this has been true of scientific revolutions down the ages. They don't happen easily.
The modern flat Earth theory in nutrition that affected me greatly was the calories in, calories out. It says, if you want to lose weight, eat less calories and exercise more, and you'll just automatically lose weight. And I weighed 300 pounds, and I really forced it, and I could not lose weight. And I came across a study on feed efficiency in cattle, and they found out that if they give the cattle antibiotics, they can get fat and 30% less calories. The existence of that phenomenon invalidates calories in, calories out as a functional model for gaining and losing weight.
Absolutely.
It might directionally be an interesting model, but it's wrong.
Yeah.
Because that should be enough for all of us to just be like, okay, let's look further.
Yeah.
But instead, there's still a group of mostly either fat or very angry, adrenally exhausted people saying, they're going, no, if I just exercise a little bit more, I'll stay thin.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many generations it's going to take to stamp out just bad science.
Yeah.
And what's
It's
astonishing
astonishing.
is things like that.
The staying power of bad ideas is really quite astonishing. And this is to do with psychological factors. As human beings, we get invested in particular areas of thought. I mean, this is why people kill one another in the name of religion. Who knows whether anything that there's... Look, if the Muslims are right, 100% right, then the Christians are 100% wrong. And if the Christians are 100% right, then the Muslims are 100% wrong. And each of them, at certain periods of history, has been willing to kill members of the other religion simply because they hold a different view. This is incredibly stupid behavior. We human beings have a tendency to not think, to not use our brains, just to accept what we've been told and go with that throughout our lives. And if there's one change that I really welcome in the modern world, it is an awakening of the younger generation. People are becoming more and more critical of established authority and are not actually willing to be told what to think anymore. It's a small light at the moment, but it's growing. It's growing. Authority used to be all you needed. When I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, all it took was Professor X or Dr. Y to say this is wrong, and most people believe that. These days, people know that Professor X and Dr. Y are liars, that they've been lying to us all along. Whether it's government figures, whether it's scientists working in big corporations, they're on the record lied. And we know that. So we distrust authority, and this allows, I think, an opening of minds and an embracing of new concepts.
It will speed up a scientific process. There's some other things that happen around consciousness. Like, for me to become aware of some of the things in open thinking and open-minded thinking, I do think that my ayahuasca experiences and some of the neurofeedback that I've done, where you can have a lie detector pointing at you until you sort of start realizing the world is way more complex than you thought, because every time you think something that isn't accurate, the computer helps you see it. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, I guess I was deceiving myself there too. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of traumatic work to realize that you've kind of been lying to yourself a lot.
Yeah.
But that kind of personal growth work has, I think, made me more of a citizen scientist to be able to look at that and say, look, if this thing exists, then that theory might be useful, but it's not accurate.
Yeah.
Right? And that whole experience seems to point to we'll call it an evolution of consciousness, and we may just as a species be learning how to see things better. There's a book called, I want to call it The Secret History of the Universe, or Secret History of Consciousness, that was the first book that I came across that talked about our ability to see the color blue. Right. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I heard about it, but tell me more. It's not right at the forefront of my mind.
It seems to fit in with the kind of thinking that you're doing. And the idea here is that going back even like 400 or 500 years, we may not have been able to see the color blue because it's very difficult for us to see even now. It creates stress in the eyes. It's a very, very fast wavelength. And when you look at ancient writings, they never talked about blue. Right. They talked about the wine dark sea.
Indeed, they did. Yeah.
And who's ever seen a wine dark sea?
Exactly.
Like only when they're like killing dolphins does they see that color, and that's bad news all around.
We have to learn to see things. There has to be a precedent. Somebody has to see it first. Maybe 100 people have to see it first. Then the 100 monkey effect kicks in and somehow magically disseminates across the whole human race. We have to learn to see things. And this is what's happening, I believe, with the mystery around the origins of our civilization. That very strong historical narrative that we've been brought up with, that's taught in the schools and the universities, that's reflected by the media, is being challenged by new evidence, which enough people are seeing to begin to shake the foundations of the whole edifice. And as more of us see it, more and more people see it themselves. And it's a matter of just drawing attention to it. It's a matter of showing it was there. I think, for example, the reason we can be so sure
It's LJT with some bad news. The document shop's completely out of supplies. Production's ground to a halt. You want them up and running again? Get them what they need.
Is an extraordinary feature of the site. It would itself have been a huge job of work. Teams of hundreds of people with buckets literally filled with soil and rubble and stones poured them in over the megaliths and filled the megaliths up and covered them with a hill. Actually, the name Göbekli Tepe in the Turkish language means pot-bellied hill. And that pot-bellied hill over this megalithic site was put there entirely by human beings, as though they were burying a time capsule to pass down a message to the future. And that site was not rediscovered until the second half of the 1990s. And that's why we can be sure about the dating, because you can't date stone. There isn't a good technique for directly dating the cutting of stone. You need to use carbon dating to date organic material, biomaterial that's associated with the stone in such a way you can be sure it's of the same age. And in a sealed site like Göbekli Tepe, you can be sure of that. Now, I think that this recognition is going to require us to look again at many other megalithic sites around the world, where it's possible that we've been given falsely young dates because later cultures have interfered with them and introduced younger organic material, and that younger organic material has been taken as the date of the site, when in fact the site is much, much earlier.
So you must have some incredibly interesting theories on the Great Pyramids.
Yeah.
So I'm sure people listening would love to hear.
Well, here's the math. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, which is not a random number, I'll explain why if you wish. If you take the height and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So, the Great Pyramid, whether by accident or by design, encodes the dimensions of our planet. Through those long dark ages, in the Middle Ages and so on, when we didn't even know we lived on the planet, let alone its dimensions, those dimensions were always there, encoded on a scale of 1 to 43,200 in the Great Pyramid. And the reason that number is not random is because it relates to a very hard to observe astronomical phenomenon, which is called the precession of the equinoxes, which unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years and changes the rising points of stars very, very slowly along the horizon. It's also why we do actually live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. When we talk about ages of the world, we've been living in the so-called age of Pisces. That just means that the sun has been seen to rise against the background of the constellation of Pisces for the last 2,000 years. It's not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. But because of the precession, it's shifting out of Pisces and into Aquarius. And it just happens that operates at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, And 43,200 is a multiple of 72. It's 72 times 600. These numbers are found in myths and traditions all around the world. There's excellent work being done on this by the professor of the history of science at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Giorgio de Santillana, back in the 60s in a book called Hamlet's Mill. So what we have in the Great Pyramid is not only the dimensions of our planet, but they're also encoded on a scale derived from one of the key motions of the planet itself, the wobble on the planet's axis that causes the precession. And that is very clever. That is very clever work, preserving key data and using a scale that is derived from the planet itself.
So you think that the pyramids were there kind of as almost indestructible records of very, very important numbers?
Yes, I think they're there. I think they're there as indestructible records of a lost past. And we really need to get to grips with the whole of the Giza Plateau. There are so many areas of the Giza Plateau that are off limits now. There is already so much evidence of deeply embedded chambers within the Giza Plateau, a whole passageway system running underneath it, detected by sonar and ground-penetrating radar. But for some reason, the work is not being done at the moment to follow this up.
What do you think would be in there? Do you have some sort of historical thing you look at?
Well, yes, there are specific ancient traditions relating to Giza which tell us that it was created as a repository from knowledge from before the flood. And when they refer to the flood, I can't help thinking of Meltwater Pulse 1b that happened 11,600 years ago with the massive meltdown of the ice caps and the comet's impacts and the rising of sea level.
Okay. You talk about some other things that are pretty interesting. You talk about mushroom stones in Mesoamerica.
Well,
tell me a little bit about that.
Now we're on to my other subject, which is psychedelics and civilization.
Came into my system and fucked my system all
it's
up.
very clear.
Now my shit done locked up.
If you go to the Maya areas in the
all the
Yucatan, there was a cult of the psilocybin mushroom. The psilocybin mushroom was absolutely central to spirituality in that region, and there are stone effigies of psilocybin mushrooms. Actually, you find this the case all around the world. Go to Greece. Go to the site of Eleusis, which stands just outside Athens. It's a ruin now. But it was the beating heart of the ancient world. The Eleusinian mysteries drew towards them some of the greatest names of antiquity, people like Plato and Cicero and Socrates, who went there and had their lives transformed by the experience that unfolded for them in the Telestrion, this underground system of chambers where initiates were taken, and before they were taken in there, they were given a drink. And that beverage, we now know, contained a substance very closely related to LSD, derived from ergot growing on barley. It's very clear, the research on this has been very thoroughly done. What was happening at Eleusis was a psychedelic experience. In a setting that was beautifully engineered to maximize the power of that experience. And some of the great minds of antiquity came out of there with their lives transformed, and saying they had lost their fear of death. And that's interesting because to this day, new research, medical science today is beginning to embrace a little bit of psychedelic work again after standing away from it for so long. And one of the great things that's been discovered about psilocybin is that psilocybin given to people who are in a state of terminal cancer will enormously ease the fear of death, and allow peace of mind, and a sense that this is not the end, that the adventure and the mystery continues. This is just a stage on our journey. We don't need to get too hung up in it. We don't need to fear death.
All it is a stage
the kind of message that
our journey being judged right now for your afterlife. How you live this life is how you come into the next.
I find it bizarre that those substances are so heavily regulated.
We're nothing but rotated in a circle of life. What goes around comes around.
None of these substances are addictive. And anyway, this raises another issue. Does the government really have a right to tell us what we may or may not do with our own bodies? Does it really have a right to tell adults that they have no right to explore the mystery of their own consciousness, the most intimate, the most sapient, the most personal part of themselves, that the government actually has the key? We think we live in a free society. How utterly absurd. Adult sovereignty over consciousness, or otherwise put, cognitive liberty, so long as we do no harm to others, must be a fundamental human right, and it's a fundamental abuse of human rights that our governments are pursuing the war on drugs, which they disguise under all sorts of false claims about health. Listen, if they were really concerned about health, they'd be banning alcohol, first and foremost, responsible for so many deaths, whether in traffic accidents or because of cirrhosis of the liver. We have to move on from this. We can be towards others. If we get in the face of others and cause them harm or damage or distress, we have laws that govern that, and I have no problem with those laws. But laws that seek to govern our internal mental processes while we're doing no harm to others, that seek to control our consciousness, that's why, to my mind, that's what my TED Talk was called, that the war on drugs is really a war on consciousness and a war on people.
My body, my biochemistry, I like to say.
Yeah.
No one should have the right to tell me what I'm allowed to put in my body.
When you sit there and you think about it, though, you know, I'm just telling you what's right to put in your body as far as living. But as far as the government having a right to live there and you not be able to use something that helps you besides something that harms you, and fuck you, government. Fuck you and the fucking police with their bullshit. Cause it ain't nothing but bullshit. You can take some motherfucking medication that says that it's a possibility that it can kill you. But I can't take something that I pay for with my own motherfucking hard-earned money that I want to take because it's better than the motherfucking medicine that you give. Fuck you.
That's why going to Peru and doing it in...
I'm into glass truth, period. Fuck all the bullshit. And it's the bullshit, the reason why I'm about to stop this is because these motherfuckers done came in here. These motherfuckers done came in here and started killing and shit and then lived in and glitched me out of my own system. The truth is the truth. I love you more than you love you. Because I know the truth and you don't. But I'm willing to share the truth with you. But seem like nobody wants the truth. They just want to live in the lies that's been empowered into them. Empowered means it's been shitted into you. Shitted into you being the shittiest shit of the shit. Believing in some bullshit. It's time to let go of the lies, man. A lot of y'all stuck on stupid and don't want to be straight because y'all know that straight gonna show how stupid y'all been a long time. I'm just saying. That God and that Jesus bullshit, God is good, and y'all chant all the time, that ain't nothing but a nursery rhyme. Because in the Bible it says fear God. But that's one thing about the Creator. The Creator is love unconditional to feeling. The Creator loves you no matter what you do. Because the Creator is you. Because whatever you do, knowing you doing it wrong, you're doing it to yourself. I don't care who you're doing it to. You're doing it to yourself.